Chapter 504. You can't deny yourself because of one failure. You need to try many, many times, many times a failure. Not only Qingyan. When Chung Iran realized this, even her legs seemed to be drained of strength. She made an excuse to go downstairs for a walk. The bodyguard didn't suspect anything. In the garden downstairs of the inpatient department, many patients came out to bask in the sun. Chung Iran walked past them, gently plucking the strings of the guitar, observing their reactions one by one. Disappointment after disappointment, failure after failure, finally turned into fear, a feeling that his palms and the soles of his feet were cold, and his entire body was cold. Fear. What was the song in his heart? What was it? He stayed in the pavilion alone, trying his best to recall the conversation between him and the mysterious boss during their second meeting. You just woke up and went downstairs. It seems that you're fine. It was Zhong Luochen's voice. How could this person appear in front of her so quickly? Did he know something? Chung Iran's heart beat wildly. No, I'm just hospitalized because of a car accident. It's normal for him to come to see me. Don't scare yourself. Chung Iran tried to calm herself down, not directly looking at Zhong Luochen's eyes, but looking at the courtyard in front, saying indifferently, "It's too quiet upstairs. I'm not used to it. So I came down to have a seat." Really? Zhong Luochen nodded, also sitting down. He and Chung Iran were about 2 people's seats away. Zhong Luochen was silent for a while, then said, "It's Friday. Saturday, Sunday night. Can you play?" Chung Iran frowned. "You want me to play in this condition?" Zhong Luochen said, "Anyway, you and I both know that it's not a brilliant technique. If there are too many arrangements and you can't play some parts with your fingers, you can arrange some simple ones, such as folk songs. Speaking of which, a good folk song can also move people's hearts. Plus the timbre of this guitar, the effect should be better." This man wasn't like Qingyan, who didn't know anything about music and could be easily fooled. Seeing that Chung Iran didn't say anything, Zhong Luochen continued, "Time waits for no one. There are nearly 60,000 viewers for this episode. With the publicity from these 60,000 viewers, it will be very important for your momentum in the future. The outside world already knows that you are hospitalized due to a car accident. If you can still go on stage at this time and conquer these tens of thousands of viewers, you can become a legend." Zhong Luochen shook his head and said, "Besides, I'm not a wasteful person. In order to prepare for this episode of the show, the company invested a lot of money, although it couldn't be described as a lot. But you should understand that if you don't get anything in return, then your efforts will be worthless." Looking at Chung Iran's motionless fingers on the guitar, Zhong Luochen finally smiled and said, "Of course, if it's really difficult for you to play a simple song, I won't force you. Do you have any difficulties?" Chung Iran sighed, and then started to move his fingers in front of Zhong Luochen, powerlessly saying, "See, I really can't use my strength. The doctor said I can't move it for at least a month." "A month?" Zhong Luochen nodded with an indifferent expression, as if thinking about something. "I know, you can rest at ease. The company will take care of the rest. Don't sit here for too long. There are still some reporters outside." Looking at Zhong Luochen's casual warning, the fear in Chung Iran's heart didn't dissipate. Instead, it became deeper and deeper. He didn't get to where he was today step by step. He just did it all at once. Without this guitar, he was nothing. He would become nothing again. Chung Iran's eyes couldn't see anything at this moment, as if they had lost their focus. But Zhong Luochen suddenly said, "Right, do you want to come with me? Maybe you'll see something interesting." Chung Iran gave a start. Chung Iran never doubted Zhong Luochen's ability, so he wasn't curious about why he followed him to a hospital conference room. What he was curious about was that before he got close to the conference room, he had faintly heard a scream. But Zhong Luochen walked in front of him with his hands clasped behind his back, without the slightest curiosity, as if he had already known this situation. Gradually, Chung Iran recognized the scream. It sounded like Li Zifeng's. But why did he scream? His doubts were also answered after the door of the conference room was opened. At the corner of the conference room, Li Zifeng leaned against the wall, sweating profusely, with blood at the corner of his mouth, as if he couldn't open his eyelids. In front of Li Zifeng was Chang Yun, whom Cheng Yiran was familiar with. Cheng Yun took off his suit, rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, and stuffed his tie into the gap between the buttons of his shirt. His smooth hair was a bit messy due to wax. He was waving his fist continuously, hitting Li Zifeng's abdomen again and again. What happened? Seeing this scene, Cheng Yiran was so surprised that he was even more scared. "Oh, Mr. Zhong, you're here." Cheng Yun stopped. Li Zifeng slid down along the wall, slowly, breathing weakly. He raised his head reluctantly and glanced at Cheng Yiran and Zhong Luochen, as if he wanted to say something, but it was difficult for him to open his mouth. That was a pleading look. Chang Yun wiped off the sweat on his forehead before picking up the briefcase from the table in the conference room. "Mr. Zhong, I've got it. This guy secretly embezzled 2 million yuan from the company and this agreement. I think you should take a look at it." Cheng Yiran subconsciously looked at Li Zifeng's frightened eyes, frowning, taking the document from Cheng Yun's hand, and began to read it quickly. He read it quickly because he had seen such a document before. He even saw the Party A and the Party B in the contract. But today's Party A was different from that day, and the Party B he saw today was also different. Cheng Yiran suddenly threw this agreement to Li Zifeng and shouted angrily, "What is this?" That document on Li Zifeng's body couldn't compare with Cheng Yun's fist. But for him, it was much more terrifying than Cheng Yun's fist. "Tell me." Cheng Yiran even squatted down, pulling Li Zifeng's collar with both hands, and pulled his head up. But Li Zifeng's face was ashen, and he didn't say a word. Cheng Yun sneered, "Isn't it simple? This guy came up with a scheme to drive a wedge between you and that Hongguan and profit from it." Cheng Yiran looked up at Cheng Yun in astonishment, only to see Cheng Yun shrugging. This is a trick that many producers and agents will use. They would think of ways to get the singers, stars, and actors that they had poached and tie them to themselves, making them the only people these artists could trust. Then they would be able to profit from it. And there are some small problems in our company's system. You also know that Fei Yun's predecessor was Heaven's Shadow. Because of the restructuring, some things are still kept. Of course, these are things that will definitely be removed in the future, because we still need to let the company have a peaceful time. But, Chang Yun glanced at Li Zifeng, saying disdainfully, "Some people like to play petty tricks, thinking that they can make a fortune in such a short time. Yiran, the company has signed a contract with you, and it's your salary. But Li Zifeng has always been in charge of it. I guess the 2 million on the contract with your brother Hongguan was dug out from your contract. However, Hongguan should be quite interesting. The agreement that belonged to him said that he could get a few 100,000, but he didn't want it. He just wanted his wife to be hospitalized." "Hongguan." Cheng Yiran sat down on the ground and then grabbed Li Zifeng's collar, saying ferociously, You why? What? Did you?" Li Zifeng pursed his lips, still saying nothing. Cheng Yun sneered. This guy owes a lot of debts, and the finance company is chasing after him. Famous cars, high-end houses, high-end entertainment places, and several girlfriends. His monthly expenses are not small. The salary given by the company is definitely not enough. "Li Zifeng, you bastard!" Cheng Yiran was about to punch him in the face. Chang Yun hurriedly grabbed Cheng Yiran's arm, cherishing this guy who was about to become a money tree. "Yiran, don't come, just hit me. Do you think you can still use your hand? This kind of person doesn't deserve it." Li Zifeng pushed away Cheng Yiran and crawled to Zhong Luochen, saying in a panic, Mr. Zhong, I beg you, I'll return the 2 million to the company. I'll definitely return it. Please, don't let manager Cheng report it. I don't want to go to jail. I really don't want to go to jail. I beg you. You bastard. You still want to escape after doing such a thing. Chung Yiran was still angry. Li Zifeng was shocked. He swallowed his saliva and said, "That's right. I'm only doing this because I have no other choice. I'm forced by the situation. Why don't you put in a good word for me, since I'm the one who discovered you?" Chung Yiran was so angry that he laughed. "You tricked me, and you still want me to plead for you? Don't even think about it. Call the police. Not only did you embezzle the company's money, you also took my share. Why do you still want me to help you?" "Chung Yiran, if it weren't for me, you would still be a piece of trash in that rubbish nightclub." Li Zifeng screamed, "You're ungrateful. You still dare to say that?" Chung Yiran was about to rush forward, but was held back by Chung Yin. Li Zifeng was forced into a dead end, and he said, "Ha ha ha ha! You're an ungrateful wretch. Did I say anything wrong? I didn't say anything wrong. Why did I split you two with just a few words? Isn't it because of you? Because you're stupid. Because your relationship isn't that good. Because you didn't even consider Hong Guan as a friend. You're just a selfish bastard from head to toe. We're the same kind of people. No one is better than the other. We are the same kind of people." Chapter 505. Li Zifeng was taken away in the end. Without any obstruction, the two bodyguards picked Li Zifeng up and sent him directly to the prosecutor's office. Looking at Li Zifeng's absent-minded face, Chung Yiran remained silent. He was still thinking about his last words. They were too heavy for him to bear. He didn't even know how to face Hong Guan, even though he knew from Chung Yin that Hong Guan was in the same place as him at this moment. Upstairs and downstairs. Hong Guan was upstairs while he was downstairs. However, he didn't have the courage to climb the short stairs. He didn't have the qualification. "Are you sure you don't want to see him?" Zhong Luochen suddenly asked Chung Yiran in a low voice. For the time being, Chung Yiran shook his head. He felt that this car accident was the worst thing for him. Everything took a turn for the worse and developed to a point he couldn't imagine. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Zhong Luochen didn't intend to force him. "I'll arrange for you to change to another hospital and let Hong Guan stay there. Don't mention Li Zifeng to him for the time being. I'll let Chung Yin arrange it." Facing such a generous boss, Chung Yiran couldn't help saying thank you, even though he knew that Zhong Luochen valued him because he was a customer of that place. But people had 1,000 faces. For example, Li Zifeng and himself. But when it came to Zhong Luochen, how many people could be as calm and unhurried as Zhong Luochen? "Hong Guan really came to see me before I woke up?" Chung Yiran suddenly asked. Zhong Luochen told him the truth. He should still abide by the agreement he signed with Li Zifeng. "Before leaving, he specially told me not to tell you that he came. But now there's no need to hide it." Chung Yiran lowered his head and thought about something. Zhong Luochen suddenly narrowed his eyes. "But I found one thing. That is, Hong Guan seems to be able to use this guitar of yours." Chung Yiran suddenly looked up. "Are you sure?" Zhong Luochen nodded and said, "At least from what I've seen, the effect is the same at close range. However, I don't know if it can reach the maximum distance of the guitar. But why can he use it? Aren't you curious? Let me be alone for a while. Don't take too long." Ghost Baby knocked on the door and walked into the office of the pet hospital. He said respectfully, "Lord Long, Shu Xiaoshu's family has settled down. According to your instructions, I gave her some medicine to prevent miscarriage, and now she's asleep." Long Shu looked at the guy in front of her. He was still dressed in a woman's black suit. Cheese had just woken up. Xiao Jiang had a serious expression, and Chi-Chi Kamaya had closed his eyes. "Cheese, I hope you can tell me the origin of your pet." According to Ghost Baby, the monster who was poisoned died on the spot without any chance to be rescued. That was the first time that Cheese saw the damage caused by Iron Whistle. I don't know." Cheese shook his head. "I just met Iron Whistle by chance. But Iron Whistle has always been very obedient. It must have lost control for some reason. I don't care about the reason. Long Shura shook her head. What I care about is that it's obviously dangerous. The one who was poisoned to death by it was an elite monster who was almost 300 years old, but it was killed by a poisonous needle and the pile of remains under the ground. It's conceivable that if this thing is left alive, it's very dangerous for both monsters and humans. It's not picky, do you understand? Cheese lowered his head. Reason told him that Long Shura was right, but he also understood that if Iron Whistle fell into Long Shura's hands, it would have no chance to survive. Even if it wasn't Long Shura, but Ghost Baby. Cheese could feel the killing intent from Ghost Baby. And Juefeng. Long Shura frowned. These things are connected, and the demonized Juefeng and the crazy Iron Whistle were created at the same time. It's getting more and more troublesome. Cheese suddenly said, Lord Long, if Iron Whistle can be stabilized, can you? Before he could finish, he heard Ghost Child's cold snort. Cheese swallowed his words and said, I want to see my mother. Long Shirua waved her hand. Xiao Jiang hurriedly said, Lord Long, I'll go and accompany Cheese. Seeing the two monsters leave, Chichikamaya opened his eyes and said slowly, one trouble after another, Why is there so much trouble these days? Long Shirua said, This thing called Iron Whistle. I'm afraid it's intelligent. Chichikamaya looked up. Why do you say that? Long Shirua said, Think about it, there are at least dozens of skeletons under the ground. Even if some of them belong to monsters, the rest are all human beings. But it didn't cause panic in human society. What do you think? Chichikamaya nodded. This weird thing, maybe it's very smart. It's always looking for people with no identity or people living alone or even homeless. Even if it suddenly disappeared, it wouldn't be noticed. Also, its strange abilities are not something that any animal that has become a demon possesses. Ghost Baby said indifferently, It doesn't even have a monster aura, or it can perfectly hide its monster aura and avoid my tracking. Long Shura bit her nails, but at least it can prove that this guy is cautious and won't expose itself easily, just like a mouse. Iron Whistle seems to care about Cheese very much. Chichikamaya said, When Cheese was caught, this thing obviously wanted to save him. Lord Long, maybe we can use this point to lure this thing out. Long Shirua gave a start, frowning. You mean use Cheese as bait? No, it's against my principles. Master, this is an emergency. Chichikamaya said seriously. At this moment, a monster man in a black suit pushed open the door and walked in. Ghost Baby was enough to make him respectful. And then there were Chichikamaya and Long Shirua, who had higher status. He stood straight and said respectfully, Master, we've found Juefeng's whereabouts. Where is he? He's hiding on the rooftop of a building called Yunchin. Long Shirua stood up and ordered, Prepare the car. We'll set off immediately. I want to see him in person. Chichikamaya signaled Ghost Baby and the monster man to go out first. Then he looked at Long Shirua. Lord Long, you can't go. Have you forgotten that Juefeng has something that can control monsters? Long Shirua said seriously, I'm partly responsible for what happened to Juefeng. Since it's my responsibility, I won't escape. Chichikamaya knew it was useless to dissuade her, so he sighed and said helplessly, I know. Please let me follow you closely. No, Ghost Baby can follow me. Long Shirua said suddenly, I have another place for you to go. Where? Go to see Xiang Lu. Long Shirua squinted. Ask him something. She whispered something to Chichikamaya. In a dark corner of the city, an arm appeared from the corner. But the owner of the arm was dead. Or he couldn't be more dead. His body, especially his abdominal cavity, had been hollowed out, and his eyes were fixed at the moment of despair and emptiness. On his body, Iron Whistle lowered its head and devoured his internal organs bit by bit. But even though it was swallowing, it was still conversing with something, that strange voice. You said he felt relieved? Iron Whistle swallowed slowly and asked confusedly, Those who were eaten by me were quite scared. Why did he feel relieved? Is it strange? That voice said slowly he was abandoned by the city and lived alone without any purpose, with all kinds of diseases in his body. He didn't have money to buy medicine to cure his diseases and was tortured by the disease every day. As for those welfare organizations in society, those kind-hearted people, well, there would occasionally be people who would give him some material things, but no one had ever thought of curing his illness. Death for him may be a relief. How can death be a relief? Iron Whistle resumed its original speed. I don't understand, and I won't let myself die. Whoever wants to kill me, I'll kill him. Well, you're right. That voice said softly, all creatures are like this. You think I'm right? Iron Whistle suddenly asked. You're not wrong. That voice was still so quiet, but suddenly said, well, let's call it a day. Someone is here for me. Wait a minute. Iron Whistle raised his head, but didn't get any response. This voice came and went as it pleased. In the club, the boss changed his clothes with the help of Miss Maid and sat down, chuckling. Mr. Chung, what's the matter this time? Sitting in front of Boss Luo was Chung Yiran with bandages on her head and a pale face. Chapter 506. But even though it was already the third time they met, Chung Yiran still couldn't find out more from the other side, more information that he wanted to know. Even if it was just a small movement or a habit that could be seen from his character. There was none. He did try to spy on this mysterious merchant through observation before the third time he came in. But when the boss sat in front of him, Chung Yiran couldn't help but overturn his childish thoughts. He wasn't like Zhong Luochen, who was born in a rich and powerful family. His observation skills were almost unpresentable. If he could see through people, he wouldn't have been played by Li Zifeng. This made Chung Yiran almost swallow back the words he wanted to say. And after the other side said, "What's the matter?" he had no choice but to urgently say what he wanted to say. As if skipping the step of thinking, Chung Yiran said while being surprised at his honesty, "Why, can Hongguan also use this guitar?" Chung Yiran felt that what he wanted to ask was, "Why can't I play this guitar?" But why is it this question? Luocho thought for a moment and said, "Well, I thought Mr. Chung would be more interested in his own question. The complexity of the human heart, once again, makes me sigh. Then, let me ask you, why does Mr. Chung think that Hongguan can't use this guitar?" "This is something I bought," Chung Yiran subconsciously said. Luocho calmly said, "If the customer bought something in the store, such as a mobile phone, or some other tool, after going back others can't use it? This is not the same." Chung Yiran immediately refuted. "What's the difference?" Luocho still asked back. Chung Yiran clenched his fist and said, "This is something I bought with my soul. Even if it's like you said, others can use it because of the ability of the product itself. But I, the original owner, can't use it. Is that acceptable?" "Regarding this question, I believe I have already clearly explained it to you the last time we met, Mr. Chung." Luocho shook his head and said, "This time, I do not intend to answer this question. I can only say that the ability of the guitar itself has not disappeared. You can awaken this ability again." Chung Yiran frowned. Awakening again? If he could still be awakened, then this was not the worst-case scenario. So he quickly asked, "How can I awaken it?" Luocho said indifferently, "Yes, this is already beyond the scope of a suggestion. If Mr. Chung wants to know, I'm afraid you can only trade." "Of course, other than your soul. I'm afraid there aren't many things that Mr. Chung can trade. Do you want to buy it?" The mystery here seemed to be magnified countless times in Chung Yiran's heart at this moment. His heart was beating fast, and his back was covered with cold sweat. He didn't lose his mind, and he knew he couldn't be impulsive. Facing the shop and its owner with mysterious power, he knew he was insignificant. He knew that violence would not only not solve the problem, but would also lead the problem to a worse direction. He was still too stupid. He was still too young. If he had been able to think clearly the first time and think about it carefully, If he had been able to put forward a proposal that was more in line with his own needs, instead of going crazy after hearing about the guitar's ability, he would not have fallen into such a dilemma. I'll think about it again. Chung Iran finally retreated under the boss' calmness, because he didn't know if he would fall into the abyss if he took one step forward. Luochio waved his hand, and Chung Iran disappeared from the club. The servant girl who had just finished brewing the tea and brought it over curiously asked, "Oh, has the guest left? So fast." "It's a bit fast this time." Luochio took off his mask and smiled, "But since the tea is brewed, don't waste it." Boss Luo picked up a slice of lemon from the small plate and put it into his mouth. It might be too sour, so Luochio slightly narrowed his eyes. He then asked Yi to sit down. "What do you think Zhuefeng will choose? Forgive? Or—" The boss waved his hand, and some pictures began to appear in front of the servant girl. Yi straightened her body, facing the picture on the light screen. She used to feel that it was meaningless to pay attention to the guests' affairs. Time was meaningless to her. Later, she accompanied the new boss, and everything seemed to be a bit different. It was the afternoon. In the past, as long as the guests left, this place was as dark as before, even in the afternoon. The old boss would go back to his room, and she would close her eyes sitting here. The lights were only turned on when the guest came in. But now, the lights were on, and she was not the only one. An afternoon like this, he really wished it could go on forever, forever, forever like this. They called this place Yunchin Building, which was built a long time ago. At that time, there were still a lot of short houses in front of this building, and the view was very good. But now it was no longer the case. Many buildings taller than this one had appeared. "Let's tear down all the buildings that are taller than us that are in our way." Zhuefeng suddenly had such an idea. He was standing on the railing of the rooftop of Yunchin Building, where he could step on air with one step. He opened his hands and let the wind that passed through the buildings support his arms. He always liked this because it gave him the feeling of flying. But this was a very silly way of feeling, and many times he was even ashamed to mention it to others. But there were also some who were not others, but they were all in the past. At this time, the simple iron door on the rooftop was opened, and the rusty bearing made a squeaking sound. Zhuefeng silently counted how many footsteps there were. He knew that the people walking up were not his friends. Perhaps they were people who saw him as an enemy. He turned around. Standing on the railing, he was naturally taller, so he looked down. Those below were all old acquaintances. "Master Long, I'm sure you won't be able to resist coming to me," Zhuefeng said as he looked around. Long Shiro was accompanied by Ghost Baby and 2 other male monsters in black suits. The boss said that the bell could only be used on those who were weaker than him. Zhuefeng had already verified this. Since the bell didn't have any effect on Ghost Baby, Long Shiro, the Shinryu of Kelowna, didn't even need to consider. But he could still face these big figures of the monster race calmly, so he must have something to rely on. There was an unexpected feeling of excitement to think that he could look down on the Shinryu of Kelowna so confidently. They all said that he was demonized, but there was nothing wrong with it. A red light flashed through wind-chasing Wolf's eyes. He sneered. When did the seniors of the monster clan become so cautious when dealing with a little monster like me? Are they afraid of me? Long Shiro stared at Zhuefeng's lips and suddenly waved his hand. "Ghost Baby, you guys go back first." Ghost Baby naturally didn't dare to disobey Long Shiro's order. What a joke! Although he was ordered by Chichi Kamaya to be the guard, the one he was guarding was indeed the Shinryu of Kelowna. If there was any danger, he didn't know who would be the guard. Ghost Baby didn't think that this would be dangerous to Long Shiro, so he silently led his subordinates to retreat and close the iron door. "What do you want to do?" Zhuefeng frowned and asked. Long Shiro took a deep breath, and under Zhuefeng's incredulous gaze, he deeply bowed to Zhuefeng. "What do you want to do?" Zhuefeng frowned deeper. "What do I want to do?" Long Shiro raised her head and said softly, "I'm apologizing for my distrust of you before. If I didn't have a trace of doubt, you wouldn't be in this situation today. This was Kelowna's totem, who in Kelowna could accept this Shinryu-esque bow. Zhu Feng's heart skipped a beat, and his expression couldn't help but become more serious. This wasn't a matter of strength, but a mental pressure. This bow was an attack on a deep-rooted concept of the monster race. Her words divided the two races. Her words were the golden rule of the monster race, but now she was apologizing? Zhu Feng slightly moved his lips. He found that Long Shiro's attitude was completely out of his expectations. Don't play this with me. Chapter 507. Along with the roar, a blood-colored shadow slowly emerged from Zhu Feng's body. He stared at Long Shiro from top to bottom, and suddenly laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha! I know. You must have no way to release the control on those monsters, right? Long Shiro did not say anything, only silently looked at Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng coldly snorted, jumped down from the fence, pointed at Long Shiro, and laughed. Even the Shinryu of Kelowna is helpless. You have no way. You can't just watch them go on like this. Even if you don't want to, as the Shinryu-esque mission, you have no choice but to bow down to me. Am I right? You must sincerely apologize. Whatever you say, Long Shiro said indifferently. It's true that I want you to release the control of those monsters. But I also want you to calm down. Your inner demon came suddenly, but it's not impossible to get rid of it. I'm fine now. I don't need to get rid of any inner demon. Zhu Feng's face turned cold. You want me to release the control? What can you give me in exchange? They're all my most precious partners. Xiao Jiang woke up. Long Shiro suddenly said. He described everything that happened that day. Not only did you not hurt him, you also saved him. Zhu Feng was startled, but did not say anything. Long Shiro sighed. I know the real murderer is Iron Whistle. I think Xiao Jiang is ashamed of his misunderstanding of you. Oh, Zhu Feng coldly laughed. Is that so? So he can't die? That's a pity. But there is one thing you are wrong about. Yes, I did save him from that monster, but it was not because I wanted to save him. It's because I will be very unhappy if I can't kill the guy who betrayed me. Unexpectedly, this guy's inner demon was so persistent. Long Shiro was trying to figure out Zhu Feng's real state, but at this time a shadow suddenly appeared from the fence of the building. The shadow jumped over the fence and jumped onto the rooftop. Did he climb all the way up from the outer wall of the building? Cheese? Xiao Jiang? How did you follow me? After landing, she saw Cheese. Xiao Jiang was carried on Cheese's back. Lord Long, I heard those monster uncles mention the name of Qin Yin Building. I know this is the place where Zhu Feng has been living. Cheese put Xiao Jiang, so we secretly followed him. Long Shiro said in a low voice, Nonsense. Cheese took a deep breath, looking at Zhu Feng. With this glance, he felt that he was pulled away from Zhu Feng and became very strange. This kind of strangeness was even greater than the past when he met Zhu Feng. Good, everyone is here. Zhu Feng sneered. I didn't go to find you, but you came to me. Aren't you afraid of death? I just heard what you said, Zhu Feng. Xiao Jiang held Cheese's shoulder and stepped forward. No matter how you blame me, I won't complain. I'm sorry. I didn't believe you at the beginning, but confess this matter to Lord Long first. Zhu Feng squinted his eyes. The red light flashed again, and the killing intent was like a real substance. Xiao Jiang was stared at by the blood-red eyes, trembling all over. He was so scared that he directly fell to the ground, instinctively kicking his legs, trying to hide. Zhu Feng sneered, You're afraid. Zhu Feng, enough. Cheese said anxiously, You know Xiao Jiang is timid. What's the point of scaring him? Zhu Feng waved his hand. I don't need to be afraid of my companion. He doesn't deserve it. As for you, Cheese, you don't deserve it either. Cheese said sadly, I know it's Iron Whistle who made you. It's all my fault. If I didn't bring Iron Whistle that day, so many things wouldn't have happened, and you wouldn't have. Zhuifeng, if you can calm down, if you can let go of those monsters in the hospital, you can do whatever you want of me. Kneel down, Zhuifeng said suddenly. Cheese was stunned. He bit his tongue, then lowered his head and knelt down in front of Zhuifeng. Crawl over here, Zhuifeng said expressionlessly. Cheese crawled towards Zhuifeng step by step. When he finally reached in front of Zhuifeng, Zhuifeng raised his foot fiercely and kicked him away. This kick contained real strength. Zhuifeng's monster power increased a lot after activating the power of the blood shadow in his body. After being kicked by Zhuifeng, Cheese directly vomited blood. Zhuifeng, if you continue to humiliate me, don't blame me. Long Shirua suddenly became furious. Kelowna Shinryu's anger was quite shocking to the demonized Zhuifeng. Zhuifeng snorted, pointing at Cheese, who couldn't get up, and said angrily, Do you know what I hate most about you? Cheese raised his head blankly. It's hypocrisy. Zhuifeng's face was ferocious. It's self-righteousness. It's the attitude of taking everything on yourself, thinking that you can solve everything. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can solve everything as long as you take everything on yourself? Cheese, you think too highly of yourself. No matter if it was in the past or now, you are a hypocrite who thinks that you can help others achieve their goals. You think that you are great. Zhuifeng suddenly became agitated. Ah! How can I meet such a disgusting guy like you? Last time, it was also at this place. You stepped forward to save Xiaojiang? You stepped forward. Unbelievable. Who do you think you are? The main character of a story? A great person? That monster doesn't look like a good person. And you still want to take the blame for it. Cheese, your universal love really makes me want to vomit. Zhuifeng, I never thought of it that way. Cheese spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Humph, what a joke. Zhuifeng's eyes were cold. Do you still remember the competition to decide the leader's position? Do you think I don't know that you were late on purpose? Do you think I don't know that even if you came in the end, you intentionally missed the last shot? Let me? Do I need you to let me? Bullshit. You're good. You've given yourself a good reputation for being humble. You've made Xiaojiang and Nini think you're kind, and you've made them think I'm a domineering and unreasonable person. All of you call me leader, but in the end, which one of you is truly loyal to me? None. None. Zhuifeng suddenly waved his hand, and the blood shadow energy on his body surged out. He slapped the water tank beside him and roared, None! The water tank exploded, and a thick mist appeared on the rooftop. Zhuifeng calmed down and opened his hands to welcome the mist. Ah! I should have known, no matter who it is, you've always looked down on me from the bottom of your heart. Kelowna's Shinryu apologizing to me? Unbelievable. But if I didn't prove that I'm not the murderer, would you? Would you look at me? You wouldn't. You would only tell me that it's better to survive in this city. You would only give me this seemingly beautiful but insignificant favor. Ha ha ha. I, Zhuifeng, don't need anyone's pity. Bang! But the water tank suddenly exploded, and Ghost Baby couldn't restrain himself. With a flash of cold light, he directly broke the iron door and rushed out with his subordinates. Ghost Baby, I told you to back off. Long Shirua frowned. Master, I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Ghost Baby seemed to be able to say such words. Humph, is the show over? Isn't the result already prepared to attack me? Zhuifeng shook his head. But I don't want to play with you now. I have plenty of time. Humph, can you escape this time? Ghost Baby sneered. Zhuifeng wasn't afraid at all. Master Ghost, if you take another step forward, I can't guarantee what will happen to those monsters you brought back last time. For example, if they stab their own hearts with knives for me, that's not good, right? Has the inner devil obliterated your rationality? Ghost Baby's eyes condensed, but his killing intent was concealed. Zhuifeng suddenly laughed evilly and suddenly shouted, Xiao Jiang! Kill cheese for me." His shout directly startled all the people standing here, because they all knew that Juefeng had the ability to control others. Long Shirua and Ghost Baby looked at Xiao Jiang subconsciously, but Ghost Baby reacted one step earlier. His figure flashed, and he had already stuck close to Xiao Jiang, directly grasping his arm and controlling him. I really didn't. Xiao Jiang panicked and struggled. Ghost Baby gave a start. Long Shirua sighed. We were all fooled. Juefeng escaped. What a cunning guy. Ghost Baby helplessly put down Xiao Jiang. Is it because of the inner devil that he became so cunning? Or is it his nature, because of the sophistry just now? But no one answered this question for Ghost Baby. They had to leave here. After Long Shirua got on Ghost Baby's car, she secretly took something out of her ear. 2 small things. These were small props made by Chichi Kamaya, which could isolate all sound sources, so she couldn't hear anything. As for conversation, it wasn't difficult for Kelowna Shinryu to read lips. But I didn't expect that I could only use this trick to bluff. Long Shirua looked at the scenery outside the car, muttering to herself, a seemingly beautiful but insignificant favor. If she hadn't lost Shinryu's power, Juefeng probably wouldn't have been able to stir up trouble like this, right? Chapter 508. This was the bounded domain created by Long Shirua and Su Zijuan. If they didn't tell him the way to enter, he would have to break in from the outside. For example, Xian Lu, who used this method in the beginning, was trapped here. Chichi Kamaya was also a monster who had seen the spiritual vein, of course, not only the one under the city. Therefore, he wasn't too shocked when he saw the river full of spiritual energy in front of him. At his age, many things were insignificant. Although the spiritual energy river was good, it couldn't move the old tortoise. But he was still frightened by Xian Lu's appearance. To be exact, it was Xian Lu's indescribable eyes. Xian Lu, what happened to you? Gui Qianni stood in front of Xian Lu, carefully observing the chains that wrapped around Xian Lu's body. Xian Lu's eyes were filled with hatred. It was reasonable to say that in such a long river of spiritual aura, being cleansed by the pure spiritual aura every day, he should be able to calm his mind. Chichi, Kamaya. Xian Lu slowly raised his head with a haggard face. Don't worry about me, I'm just trying to force myself to hate. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to your princess. If it wasn't for her, in a place like this, I might really have been washed away. As he said this, Xian Lu suddenly screamed. Chichi Kamaya could see that Xian Lu's skin and flesh began to crack, and the fine blood vessels were exposed at the same time. The blood in the blood vessels was flowing rapidly. This tragic situation actually lasted for more than an hour before it stopped. His skin and flesh were once again restored, and his blood vessels were hidden within his body. This was Su Zijuan's curse. Chichi Kamaya couldn't help but be shocked. He had already understood what Xian Lu meant by thanks to the princess. After a long while, Xian Lu gasped for breath, and the hatred in his eyes became more intense. What? This time, Su Zijuan didn't come in person, but sent you the old tortoise to come? Princess, what do you want to know from Xian Lu? Chichi Kamaya couldn't help but think to himself. At the same time, he also came with Long Shirua's order. However, facing Xian Lu's situation, Chichi Kamaya wasn't sure if he could get a satisfactory answer, but he knew how to judge the situation. So he said, Xian Lu, I know you are using this pain to increase your hatred, but I think you should understand, right? There is no way you can escape from these chains. Therefore, even if you're unwilling and use hatred to resist the baptism of the spiritual energy river, it's ultimately just a drop in the bucket. Gui Qianni looked at Xian Lu's expression and said softly, The Reiki River is born with the luck of this land. No one can tell how long it has been for thousands or tens of thousands of years. It was endless, but there was a limit to human power. Even if this hatred can help you resist for a while, You should know that if you rely on this accumulation of hatred, I'm afraid your spirit won't be able to hold on for long. You underestimate me, Chichi Kamaya. Xiang Lu sneered. Chichi Kamaya said indifferently, the hatred will eventually destroy your spirit and the only reason you have left, and you will lose all ability to think. Xiang Lu, are you willing to become a guy who can't even recognize himself? And no matter how crazy and irrational you are, you're still trapped here and still have to bear the pain? What do you want to say? Xiang Lu's face darkened. Chichi Kamaya said slowly, I may be able to help you to relieve the pain inside and outside. Xiang Lu frowned. Why should I believe you? Chichi Kamaya took a deep breath and spat out his precious bead from his mouth. There was too much spiritual energy here. Even if his body was not good, he could easily perform the skills he wanted to perform. Chichi Kamaya threw away the bead, which circled around Xiang Lu before returning to his hand. At this time, there were 3 more halos around Xiang Lu from top to bottom. Chichi Kamaya said indifferently, Look, these 3 halos can isolate you from the environment here, so the spiritual energy won't cleanse you. Meanwhile, they can also suppress the princess's curse on you. Of course, this curse was planted by the princess herself. I won't remove it for you, and I don't have the ability to remove it completely. And this suppression can probably only reduce the pain when it breaks out. But with your tenacity, you should be able to bear the pain after it is reduced. What do you think? Xiang Lu stared at Chichi Kamaya, but at the same time, he clearly felt the isolation of spiritual energy. After a while, he suddenly sneered. Chichi Kamaya, the curse was planted by Su Zijuan, but you want to use it as a favor to me? That's a good plan, isn't it? Chichi Kamaya didn't care. Since you don't want to, I'll take back the halos. Wait a minute. Xiang Lu gritted his teeth, tilting his head. What do you want to ask? But I can tell you if I don't want to answer. I'd rather continue to hate. Chichi Kamaya said, That day, Lord Long was attacked by a weird meatball. That thing was neither a human nor a monster. Where did it come from? You mean Prometheus? Xiang Lu frowned. Prometheus? Chichi Kamaya couldn't help frowning. Xiang Lu shook his head. It's not what you think, it's just the same name. I don't know how the group of people in the club developed the technology to create this new creature, so they created the so-called scientific name. I heard that at first this technology was developed for the purpose of human regeneration, but then Prometheus was created. Human regeneration, immortality? Chichi Kamaya nodded. I want all the information about this Prometheus. Xiang Lu didn't ask why Chichi Kamaya wanted to know. He didn't want to disclose the information about Prometheus. I don't know the specific technical support. It's something that some scientists in the club developed. At the beginning, it was just a cell. I took one when I came out. Say it clearly. What's the use of the cell? Chichi Kamaya asked. Xiang Lu thought. It said that this cell can swallow all the cells and then multiply itself. The way to use it is simple. Implant it into an individual, and it can become its incubator. When it breaks out of the individual, it will be the first form. In the first form, he still needed to continuously feed it creatures. The more the better, and the more variety of individuals the better, because it can swallow all kinds of genes for its own use and absorb them to evolve. Chichi Kamaya couldn't help but look dignified. You mean, this Prometheus can evolve infinitely? Then in the end, won't it be invincible? Xiang Lu sneered. How can it be so easy? I don't know whether it's a natural defect or the problem of the technology. Generally speaking, there may not be one success in creating 1,000 of such individuals. In order to summarize a successful formula, the people in the club have spent more than 20 years and invested countless wealth and manpower. So far, they have only managed to obtain a few individuals that can barely be considered successful. I heard that they have evolved to the end, and they are not completely stable products. Does this thing have any weakness? Chichi Kamaya asked directly. Xiang Lu said indifferently. There's no direct weakness. If you're strong enough, you can directly blow it into pieces. If you're not strong enough, you can only find the first cell and destroy it. Then, what did you feed the Prometheus in the city? Chichikamaya, you know the answer. Monsters. Gue Chinny took a deep breath. Let me ask you one more question. Will those monsters have any effect on the Prometheus after we throw them into the food? For example, thoughts. Xiang Lu shrugged. I don't know. I just used the product of the club. What do its side effects have to do with me? Chichikamaya didn't ask more. It seemed that Xiang Lu only knew this. He began to connect the dots of what had happened before and after. That day, Su Zijuan came to ask about Shuyu, connecting all the dots. Chichikamaya felt that he had some guesses about Iron Whistle and why it always stayed with cheese. What else do you want to ask? If not, get out of here. I want to have a rest. Xiang Lu snorted. He really needed a good rest. It was rare that he could resist the aura and suppress the pain of the curse at the same time. Chichikamaya nodded. Well, it's time for me to leave. Saying this, Chichikamaya suddenly waved his hand and broke the halos around Xiang Lu. At the moment when the halos were broken, Xiang Lu felt the aura invading him again, and the pain of the curse appeared again. Chichikamaya, you lied to me. Did I? Gue Chenny said slowly. I did help you resist the Reiki's cleansing and lessen the pain of the curse. Yes, but I didn't say how long I would resist it for, right? Chichikamaya. Chichikamaya covered his ears with his hands and shrank his neck. Stop it! Aren't you afraid of scaring me? Young man, calm down. Chichikamaya. Don't let me leave this place, or I'll let you experience the pain of dying. While Xiang Lu was screaming crazily, Gue Chinny walked out of the Reiki River slowly with his crutch and little turtle fist gently hammered his shoulder. Are you kidding? If I really reduce the pain of the curse, the princess will stew me when she comes back. Therefore, this monster elder looked back at Xiang Lu with pity and said, Young man. Chapter 509. Prometheus. Long Shirua frowned, continuously engulfing cells, absorbing different keen, unlimited evolution, human regeneration? Did Xiang Lu really say that? Yes. Chichikamaya said seriously. It had been more than 10 minutes since he crawled back to the pet hospital. When he came back, Long Shirua was already back with a gloomy expression. Chichikamaya knew that something bad had happened to her. Humph, these guys are so ambitious. Long Shirua sneered. Our monster race has studied the proposition of life evolution for countless years, but we've only crossed the river by feeling the stones. However, this Prometheus is also troublesome. It seems that there is a part of Shuyu in Iron Whistle's body. I don't think it's a big mistake. Chichikamaya said seriously, this explains why Iron Whistle cares so much about cheese. However, we can't sense where Iron Whistle is through the monster aura, so it's not easy to catch him. Long Shirua sighed, rubbing her eyebrows, and said tiredly, now that we know the origin of Iron Whistle, the threat is reduced a lot. But Juefeng, he's the one I'm most worried about. Not only does he hate me, he hates everyone too much. Well, it's really tricky. Chichikamaya couldn't think of a feasible solution for the time being. Thinking of Juefeng's last question, Long Shirua suddenly said, Chichikamaya, let me ask you whether but before she finished the sentence, the door of the office was opened quickly, and Ghost Baby hurried in. Lord Long, Mr. Tortoise, those monsters outside have returned to normal. Returned to normal? He is indeed back to normal. Chichikamaya frowned. However, I don't know if he has received Juefeng's order to go into hiding, or if he has really recovered. But why did Juefeng release the control of these monsters? Isn't this his bargaining chip? Long Shirua secretly observed these monsters who had no idea what was going on. She bit her nails and said, Are you planning to make them look normal so that they can leave this place? Maybe, Chichikamaya nodded. If they stay here, Juefeng will lose a lot of helpers. No. Long Shirua frowned and said, If that's the case, it's too easy to see through it. It's easy for the inner demon to see through people's hearts, so it won't do such a stupid thing. But he has no reason to give up his most powerful bargaining chip. Chichi Kamaya paced, unless these tools are useless here. So he simply gives them up and looks for new tools. But that's not right. Even if he is looking for new tools, he has no reason to give up the bargaining chips here. What was the reason? Is it because Chichi Kamaya suddenly looked at Long Shirwa, and Long Shirwa was also looking at him at this time, saying seriously, the number of individuals he can control is limited. I'm afraid this is more likely. Chichi Kamaya gasped. Long Shirwa smiled bitterly. But we can't deny the first guess. Zhuifeng, I didn't know he could be so cunning. He is not an adult yet, but he is already like this. If he grows up completely, I'm afraid he will be much more dangerous than Xiang Lu. Let me confirm the situation of these monsters again. Chichi Kamaya proposed. Long Shirwa nodded and suddenly said, Wait, don't let Cheese know about Iron Whistle. Chichi Kamaya said seriously, I know. Long Shirwa just closed the office door and laid her head on the table. She rested her head on her hands, lying on the table, showing a rare trace of weakness, silently looking at the desktop calendar on the table. What happened in the past few days made Long Shirwa feel like 60 years had passed. She had never felt that time was so long. It's only Friday. His performance this time should be good. He managed to deal with Li Zifeng's matter in one night. Cheng Yin could feel that his boss was in a good mood. Cheng Yin was also in a good mood as he felt that his status as a gold medal boy had been consolidated again. He walked into the old villa with his head held high and chest out and saw Zhong Luoqin. Second young master, where is Cheng Iran? He is not here now, but he should be back soon. Zhong Luoqin said indifferently. Although it was said that he was transferred to another hospital, he actually came back right after leaving the hospital. But he didn't come back to rest after leaving the hospital. Instead, he wandered outside. But since his boss, the second young master, didn't seem to blame him, he didn't say anything. So Cheng Yin said, Li Zifeng has been locked up. After I asked the company to prepare the materials, we will wait for the arraignment and judgment. This guy is a traitor. I'll take good care of him. Zhong Luoqin didn't care about this kind of thing, but suddenly asked, Cheng Yin, have you found the person I asked you to inquire about? Cheng Yin gave a start, but reacted immediately. That was when he took over Heaven's Shadow Entertainment. With Zhong Luoqin's financial resources, it wasn't difficult for him to develop an entertainment company. But if he directly took over Heaven's Shadow, it would save him a lot of time. After all, Heaven's Shadow already had a very powerful singer, Tu Jaya. Taking over Heaven's Shadow meant taking over Tu Jaya's original contract. But it was a pity that this singer was missing. Naturally, Zhong Luoqin wasn't willing to let his resources disappear without a trace. Sorry, second young master. Our people couldn't find her at all. Cheng Yin said helplessly, I've asked my family to check all the entry and exit records, planes, ships, trains, even the sky and the ground, but we couldn't find any records. Even her spending records could not be found for the past few months. It was as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth. Second young master, I suspect that this person is already dead, right? Even if she's dead, there would be traces. Zhong Luoqin said calmly, I don't believe we can't find any traces. But without entry and exit records, we can't be sure if she's still in the country. Cheng Yin hurriedly said, Second young master, I've contacted some gangsters who specialize in illegal immigration, but there's still no news. If you don't, then keep looking. I'll keep following up. Cheng Yin nodded, opening his briefcase. By the way, second young master, we've rediscussed the program on Sunday. On Sunday, we plan to replace Iran with another newcomer in the company. She will be the singer. Here is her information. You can arrange it. Zhong Luoqin shook his head. Obviously, he wasn't interested in the newcomer. Then I'll go now. Cheng Yun nodded. However, he was also quite happy in his heart. This newbie used as a replacement was not bad-looking, had a good figure, and knew how to please a man. Wait a minute. Unexpectedly, Zhong Luochen suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Wait a moment. Stop the matter of this newbie replacement. Let me think." Cheng Yun had to restrain his rising desire, stopping respectfully. "Help me find someone." Zhong Luochen suddenly said Hongguan. Hongguan? Cheng Yun gave a start, not knowing why Zhong Luochen wanted to find Hongguan. "Yes, but I'm not sure if I want to see him. Anyway, I'll see him when I want to see him." Zhong Luochen nodded. "But you can't let Cheng Yiran know about this go. So, will you see him or not?" This young master's mind was getting more and more difficult to guess. But Chang Yin didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly left the old villa. It became quiet again, and Zhong Luochen started to read Les Miserables again. He read the part where the white-haired Mr. Madeline shouted, "I'm Rand Archangel in the court." The part where he said, "Rand Archangel." Chapter 510. Sometimes Cheng Yiran would wonder if he had really stepped into that place. He suddenly went from one place to another, and then directly returned to the original place after leaving. He always felt that it was a bit too unbelievable, so he couldn't help but feel that he was dreaming. Maybe it was just his spirit that was pulled to that place. Friday, the afternoon of a workday. It was the afternoon of a special day when people in society were the happiest and the happiest in a year. After leaving the club, Cheng Yiran strolled alone on the streets of the city. How should I awaken the ability to continue using this guitar? What does the song in his heart refer to? Is it referring to the love for rock? However, he didn't feel that his love for rock had receded. He still hoped that more people could like his music. He asked himself in this aspect. There was no difference from before. Just like this, the evening turned, and it was after dinner time. Cheng Yiran still didn't return to Zhong Luochen's place. However, Zhong Luochen gave him a call and asked if he had encountered any problems. His tone didn't seem to care. Maybe he just wanted to know, and simply wanted to know. So Cheng Yiran didn't know. If he knew that he couldn't use the guitar, what kind of reaction would he have? It was said that this kind of rich young master was always more ruthless than ordinary people, because they needed to be more ruthless in order to go further in the world they were in. Cheng Yiran didn't know when he could awaken this ability again. Or he couldn't awaken this ability. He himself wasn't sure, and he was afraid that he couldn't ask Zhong Luochen to give him enough time. If he chose to hide it, probably everyone would choose to do so, right? After all, hiding it meant that he could continue to enjoy the preferential treatment of the company, that kind of treatment that made other newcomers envious. How could he not feel addicted? What the hell? What am I doing? Beep! The sound of a speeding car's horn woke him up. He abruptly turned back to look at the road he had come from. He suddenly didn't know what kind of road he was walking on. At this time there was the sound of singing not far away, using the cheap sound system. When the sound reached here, it was already the sound of rustling. Someone was singing for a living. There had always been many people who sang on the streets, for various reasons. Cheng Yiran never looked down on these street performers because he was once one of them. They always gave him a strange sense of closeness. Right, not too long ago, he seemed to be in the same situation as them. He suddenly smiled. It was meaningless, or perhaps it was just an instinct. He suddenly didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. Although the quality of the voice wasn't good. As she listened, Cheng Yiran heard a familiar voice. This was Hongguan's voice. "He's here. He's nearby. Uncle, may I ask, do the people who set up the stall come here often?" "Ah, you mean that young man who plays the guitar and sings?" "Yes, I've been coming here often recently. This month, I think." At the edge of the square, the uncle who was pushing his bicycle and selling candy figurines replied with a smile, "This young man sings quite well. Do you want to buy a candy figurine? It's for the children to play with." Cheng Yiran gave a start. He casually picked a candy figurine from the uncle's bicycle, paid the money, and walked away without saying anything. His eyes never left the small stall that sold chargers and mobile phone accessories not far away. Hong Guan was playing the guitar and singing at the same time. It's not him who touched me, but me who touched him. After such a long time, your skills still haven't improved. So is your singing. No one cares about you, and the reward is even more pitiful. Almost nothing? Who's listening to your singing? Who's listening to your singing? Haven't you given up? But why are you still so happy? You are singing Blue Lotus. Do you really have no worries? Unconsciously, Cheng Yiran had walked in front of Hong Guan. Hong Guan also naturally saw Cheng Yiran. His fingers that were sweeping the strings slowly slowed down and finally stopped at one half of the beat. Yiran, why are you? Hong Guan looked up in astonishment. Can we talk for a while? Cheng Yiran sighed. Have you eaten yet? It wasn't a high-class, convenient, or quiet place, but sitting on a small bench behind Hong Guan's stall. Hong Guan seemed to be unable to ask the question, but he forced himself to ask. Cheng Yiran's eyes were dazzled by the person in front of him, the person who drifted with him to the north, sang with him on the streets of Hohai Bar in Sanlitun of the capital city. He lowered his head and pinched the stick of the candy figurine, turning it slowly with a wry smile. We have become strangers. Hong Guan scratched his head, then raised his head, not knowing how to answer. It's Li Zifeng. Cheng Yiran suddenly mentioned this name. Hong Guan gave a start and also mentioned this name, Li Zifeng. Cheng Yiran pursed his lips, looking at Hong Guan and whispering, he lied to me and you. The agreement you signed wasn't my idea. I've seen a contract here, and it wasn't yours either. But Cheng Yiran stopped here, laughing at himself. But I believed him at that time. I'm sorry. Hong Guan was silent for a while, then patted Cheng Yiran's shoulder, suddenly saying with a smile, Xiao should be giving birth in half a month. She has been nagging about why you don't come to see her, saying that you don't recognize her anymore after getting rich. Do you have time to see her? I'm sorry. But Cheng Yiran turned his face. His voice was a bit hoarse. I just need to call you. Such a simple action. But he took a deep breath and sniffled. But I'm thinking, am I that kind of person? Hong Guan thought for a while and said, when Xiaoming was still around, you often did stupid things. It's been a few years now, but you still do stupid things. Actually, it hasn't changed. You're just a stupid donkey. I'm used to it. Cheng Yiran turned around and choked. CKU. Hong Guan said, I could have called you and it was just a small action, but I still did it. Don't you think I'm such a person? Cheng Yiran was stunned. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Cheng Yiran sighed and said, men. Hong Guan nodded and said, helplessly, men. After sitting for a while, Cheng Yiran said, have you thought of a name for the child? Hong Guan shook his head. The weather was a little cold. He rubbed his hands. Is your hand okay? Cheng Yiran looked at his fingers and shook his head. Fingers are broken. How can it be healed so quickly? Hong Guan said regretfully, it seems that you can't appear on Sunday. It's a pity, but your company won't blame you, right? Not for the time being, but in the future. Cheng Yiran shook his head and said, it's hard to say in the future. Is it because of the car accident that has a bad impact on your reputation? Hong Guan asked tentatively. It's not about the car accident. Cheng Yiran shook his head. It's just that there are a lot of things. It's much more complicated than when we were just squatting on the street. I see. I really don't know about these big companies. Hong Guan nodded and didn't ask any more. He believed that Cheng Yiran should be able to handle the problem by himself at this time. Cheng Yiran stood up at this time and stretched his back. Hong Guan looked up and asked, are you going back? It's getting late. I snuck out, so I have to go back. Cheng Yiran nodded. Be careful then, Hong Guan said with a smile. Cheng Yiran turned around and left. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped, but didn't look back. Oh, right, can you not sell power banks and sing at the same time? It doesn't look professional at all, okay? Hongguan smiled and said to Cheng Yiran's back, I want to earn money for the milk powder, okay? Cheng Yiran didn't say anything. He just raised his hand, which was the rock and roll hand gesture. He suddenly had a different idea. After returning to the villa, Cheng Yiran saw Zhong Luoqin making dinner for himself. It was a very simple red wine steak. Are you eating alone? Cheng Yiran was the first to speak. There's a share for you, but it depends on whether you have eaten before coming back. Zhong Luoqin didn't look back as he focused on frying the steak with a pair of tongs. You're welcome, I'm not hungry. Cheng Yiran shook his head and suddenly said, Right, I want to discuss something with you. Say it. Zhong Luoqin turned the steak over, and his hand gently shook the pan. On Sunday night, let Hongguan take my place. Hongguan. Zhong Luoqin's hand movement slowed down for a moment before quickly moving again. Why? Could it be? You feel that you owe him, so you want to compensate him. A little. Cheng Yiran said indifferently. Also, when he goes on stage, let him use this guitar. Zhong Luoqin turned his head in surprise. Are you willing? Cheng Yiran said indifferently. Didn't you say that Hongguan can also use it? But I'm not sure how big the range is when he uses it. I also want to know this. Since I can't move for the time being due to my hand injury, let's do an experiment. As long as I don't disclose the guitar matter to Hongguan. And I've always been the one playing. Others have been affected, so I want to see what will happen if someone else plays it. Do you have any questions? No. Zhong Luoqin shook his head no. This idea is not bad. It's better for us to dig out the secret of the guitar than to go to the boss and let him take advantage of us. Cheng Yiran shrugged his shoulders and casually went upstairs in front of Zhong Luoqin. He needed to remain relaxed and calm in front of this man in order to avoid the other's keen sense of touch. What is the song in my heart? Hongguan, can you tell me? And this is the only thing I can do for you. I know that you have never given up and never left. Yen 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 PS1. Thank you B.R. Love friend for yesterday's reward. Chapter 511. Let me participate in the competition on Sunday. Hongguan had seen this gentleman once when he was in Cheng Yiran's ward. But even so, he was very surprised by his sudden arrival. But what surprised him more was what he just said. Zhong Luoqin smiled. Mr. Hong, you don't want to? But I. Hongguan shook his head. No, how did it become me? Can I? Although we don't know how strong you are, this is Yiran's proposal. Our company respects his proposal. Zhong Luoqin said. He clearly saw the excitement in Hongguan's eyes. He knew the meaning of it. If Hongguan was grateful, Zhong Luoqin would be happy to do this favor for Cheng Yiran. This was also an investment, wasn't it? But why didn't he tell me this in person this time? Hongguan was still puzzled. Zhong Luoqin suddenly smiled. If you want to know, you can experience it on the stage tomorrow night. Maybe you will understand. But the time is too tight. Hongguan still hesitated. To be honest, I am eager for this opportunity. But I know my own situation. I'm afraid I'll ruin your company's reputation if I go on that kind of stage with my level. You don't need to think about this. Zhong Luoqin shook his head. Our company won't lose a lot of money because of such a TV program, of course. It's normal that you can't adapt to it, so suddenly. You can refuse. I won't force you. I don't mean that. Hongguan shook his head. It's just that the time is too tight. I don't even have time to prepare. About this. Cheng Yiran smiled. Cheng Yin behind him came forward, saying loudly, as long as Mr. Hong agrees to go on the stage, no matter what you need, we can cooperate with you fully. Let me think about it. Hongguan swallowed his saliva. He still felt it was inconceivable. Moreover, to go to such a stage, was it really possible? Flourishing Lotus Gymnasium. Ah ha 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 ha. Ren Xiling was holding her stomach and laughing at Ma Haud. Why does it look like this? Sir Ma, who had a belly built up over the years, was only wearing a white singlet. His face was stained with dirt, and he looked like a construction worker. Faced with Ren Xiling's merciless mockery, Sermon naturally roared, "Can you stop laughing?" "How did you end up like this?" Mahaud looked up at the sky. Could it be that because he couldn't disobey the orders of his superiors, he couldn't investigate openly in the gymnasium, and because he didn't want to affect the progress of the project and the morale of the workers here? So he disguised himself as a brick mover, and had been moving bricks here for a few days? Seeing that Mahaud didn't speak, Ren Xiling clapped her hands. "Oh, I know. Is it because you can't disobey the orders of your superiors, so you can't investigate in public in the gymnasium? Is it because you don't want to affect the progress of this project and the morale of the workers here? Is that why you disguised yourself as a brick carrier and have been doing this for several days?" Mahaud frowned. "How do you know there's a powerful force behind this?" Ren Xiling raised her nose. "Tut! I know it, even if I think with my knees. You said there was a murder here, but there was no report and no police were nearby, and the project started again. Who would believe that there's nothing fishy behind this?" Alas! Mahaud shook his head helplessly. This woman's intuition was quite accurate. "So, do you have any news?" Ren Xiling stopped and shook her head. "Not at all. I just heard that a few tramps suddenly disappeared recently. I don't know if it has anything to do with the case where the tramps were dismembered last time." "A few tramps disappeared?" Mahaud calmed down. "Why do you even hook up with tramps?" *CKU, how can you talk like that?" Ren Xiling poked Sir Ma's shoulder like an auntie. "Tramps are the ones who know the most in the city, okay?" Mahaud rubbed his eyebrows and shook his head. "No, I can't. I can't stay here. Not only can I not find any clues, but the foreman here is also a devil, working 16 hours a day. It's simply too much. I have to go back. I have to go back." "Do you want me to give you a ride?" Ren Xiling asked kindly. "How much? Am I the kind of person who will charge you just to give you a ride? Am I that kind of person?" Ren Xiling frowned and said sadly, "Old Ma, how can you look at me like that? So how much do you charge? If it's expensive, I'll take the bus. How about 100? Ren Xiling licked her lips and then looked behind Mahaud, asking curiously, "What's that?" Mahaud also turned around and looked, then said casually, "Fireworks. Rich people use it to burn money. It seems to be for the program tomorrow night." "Fireworks?" Ren Xiling was stunned and muttered, "So many? What if it explodes? Did you inform the fire department? I heard there will be a lot of people tomorrow, 60 or 70,000. Don't jinx it." Mahaud knocked Ren Xiling's head hard. "Go and drive." Ren Xiling stuck out her tongue and pulled down her eyelids with her fingers, making a face. Sir Ma was more assured with an experienced driver driving. He was so tired that he fell asleep as soon as he got in the car. Ren Xiling violated the traffic rules and picked up the phone to make a call, saying softly, "Son, wait, wait, wait. Don't hang up. Don't hang up." "What's the matter?" Luacio's voice sounded calmly. "Are you free tomorrow night?" Ren Xiling asked casually. "So what's the matter?" Luacio still asked the same question. "Isn't there a program in the gymnasium tomorrow night? I have a few extra tickets. Why don't you take Yi with you?" Ren Xiling squinted. "I saw a lot of fireworks here. It's a pity not to watch. Just watch the performance." Luacio asked with a dubious voice. Ren Xiling smiled and said coldly, "Boy, do you want to propose to Yi tomorrow? It's very romantic to propose to her with fireworks. Let me tell you, I went shopping with Lizzie a few days ago. Hello? Beep, 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 beep. *CK. You hung up on me again." Ren Xiling was so angry that she shouted at the phone, "Do you want to die? I'll teach you a lesson tonight. Don't even think about sleeping. If I don't get angry, you won't know my dignity as the hostess of the house. Woo, wah." The female driver forgot the steering wheel at this time. When she realized it was coming, she suddenly turned around and the car drifted directly around the corner. That was so close. She almost hit the car. Sub-editor Ren patted her chest with lingering fear and looked at Ma Howd subconsciously. She saw Sir Ma's head was stuck on the window, motionless and rolling his eyes. Old Ma! Old Ma! Don't scare me! Old Ma! Master, what's the matter with Miss Rin? Luaccio, who just hung up the phone, suddenly looked at Yi. Propose? Luaccio finally shook his head and said, Nothing, just a few words. Miss Maid smiled. Luaccio stood up and said, I'll go out and see if Iron Whistle has any new growth today. Prometheus, this creature's growth rate is really fast. Chapter 512. Why did he find Iron Whistle interesting? Because in addition to being a new life form, it also had a super high growth ability. Not in terms of its physical ability and development, of course, its growth was also very fast, but in terms of its thinking. It took 20 or 30 years for human beings to have a complete worldview from birth, while ordinary animals might not have it in their whole life. As for becoming a monster, it was a matter of time and favorable conditions. Luaccio began to explore the growth of Iron Whistle and had new surprises almost every day. It had been following its instinct. Even after learning to think, it still followed its instinct. Luaccio didn't try to guide Iron Whistle's thinking with the viewpoint of the outside world. He would not tell Iron Whistle everything he wanted to know. For example, if a mathematician gave a basic equation, what kind of theoretical system could the person who got it develop from this basic equation? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Iron Whistle had been used to this kind of sudden sound, so it was calm. It didn't even intend to open its eyes, but just turned its body. It was wrapped in a thin blanket. There was a lot of intoxicating smell on the blanket, the smell of cheese. In addition to cheese, there were several different smells that could also arouse its appetite. This was a bed in a small room in the basement. To be exact, this was the room where Cheese and his family lived. After Shu Xiaoshu and her child were taken away by Long Shihua, it was empty for 2 days. To kill time, Iron Whistle gave a lazy answer to the voice. Luaccio felt this answer was very appropriate. Wasn't it? Iron Whistle was wrapped in a blanket, and its limbs were casually placed on the bed. Although its heavy body had bent the bed, it still looked like a house cat lying in a basket after a full meal. Because you're full. No, I'm hungrier. I recently found that I can't eat enough, no matter how much I eat. Is this the desire you mentioned? Appetite is indeed a type of desire. Iron Whistle was silent for a while and suddenly asked, But why is it that I am not willing to move even though I am very hungry? I know very well that I want to eat cheese, but I don't know why, staying in this place, I can endure this kind of, you said, pain? Here. Luaccio sounded a little surprised. Crack. Iron Whistle opened his eyes. His chameleon-like eyes rolled a few times. Suddenly he said, It's a very strange feeling. I know it's not good for me, but I don't want to leave. But I know I won't stay here any longer. Why? Because it's not good for me. Iron Whistle gave an answer that was closest to the nature of a living creature. Of course. I can't keep things that are not good for me. Have you ever thought that to other entities you might be a bad thing and they might not let you stay? Iron Whistle was obviously stunned and gave such an answer. Isn't this a very normal thing? I have to survive, and so do other creatures. They are weaker than me, so they can only let me eat them. If I am weaker than them, I will be eaten. In other words, if other entities have the ability to kill you, you won't feel angry or hate. Hate? Anger? Iron Whistle thought for a while and shook his head. I don't know. But, are you hesitating? Iron Whistle shook his head. I don't know. But now I suddenly think that if I can't stay, who can kill me? I don't want it to be Cheese. Why? Why wouldn't it be Cheese? That feeling will be very painful. I know that the thing in my body has been stopping me. No, I can't stay here anymore. Iron Whistle suddenly climbed down from the bed. The tail behind him suddenly attacked and directly hit the big bed, breaking it into two pieces. It suddenly let out a hissing sound and quickly crawled out of the basement. Boss Luo showed his body in the air. He glanced at the broken bed and waved his hand to restore it to its original state. Luocio raised his head and looked at the things pasted on the wall. In the past, many families would have something like that. That is, the certificates that the children received from school. Parents always liked to stick them on the wall in a conspicuous place. No one knew who made the rule that it must be like this. Saturday, Sunday afternoon. Sunny turned cloudy. Under the operation of a huge amount of capital, a huge and gorgeous stage was built before the broadcast of the show, and it was even completed half a day in advance. As a result, the participating singers had more time to prepare, which led to the current rehearsal. Hong Guan didn't even know if he could handle a recording studio in a TV station, let alone a huge performance venue like this one in a gymnasium. How could he control this level of competition with his experience in the nightclub? Looking at one of the veteran singers who was rehearsing on the stage, Hong Guan couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat. Wasn't it too hasty to agree to Mr. Zhong's participation? But thinking of the way his wife looked at him when he mentioned this to her in the hospital, Hong Guan braced himself and came. Mr. Hong. Chang Yin called Hong Guan's name from afar, and then walked quickly to him. Why haven't you come on the stage? Isn't it your turn? Is there any problem? Just tell me. Hong Guan thanked him for his kindness, but smiled bitterly. I think. I'm still nervous. Then why did you come? Chang Yin didn't show it, but said, Mr. Hong, let me tell you a piece of good news. I've found the thing you asked me to find. I'll send it to you on time tomorrow. Hong Guan was surprised. In such a short time. Chang Yin said proudly, Mr. Hong, don't underestimate the strength of our Feiyun entertainment. This is just a small matter. By the way, do you have any other requests? I'll try my best to cooperate with you. Hong Guan took a deep breath, shaking his head. No, I'd better go to rehearse. I have to pass this stage. Under the watchful eyes of the veteran singers who had yet to leave, as well as the agents of several other contestants, Hong Guan walked stiffly onto the gorgeous stage. It was amazing. Less than a day ago, he was still selling power banks and singing in the square. Iran, do you want me to tell you something here? Facing the empty gymnasium, Hong Guan suddenly had such an idea. Another one came to the stage. Looking at the guy on the stage below, Wind-Chasing Wolf suddenly sneered. Go ahead, you won't be able to dance for long anyway. At this time, Wind-Chasing Wolf was standing on the roof of the gymnasium, overlooking the city. Not long after, a figure climbed to the roof behind Zhuifeng, and then walked to the front of Zhuifeng cautiously. It was not a monster, but a human wearing the staff uniform below. Well, a senior staff. Zhuifeng, I've done it for you. At this moment, the human quickly said, the things were swapped out before they were shipped over. They didn't even realize it, and immediately started installing it. The wind was very strong. The human stood there with his clothes fluttering. Windchaser's expressionless face suddenly showed a smile. It's been hard on you. What are you talking about? We are good friends. It's just a small matter. Why don't I help you? The human laughed happily. Yes, we are good friends. Zhuifeng narrowed his eyes. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's special performance. Chapter 5:13. A Saturday seemed to have passed by peacefully. A Saturday without anything happening. It was a cloudy Sunday with gloomy weather. Long Shira's office looked gloomy, as if it was injected by the gloomy weather in the pet hospital. Ghost Baby knocked on the door and came in with food in his hands. Chichikamaya asked him to send it to Lord Long, saying that he would feel better after eating it. He didn't doubt that Lord Long was just an ordinary person who needed to eat. He really thought that it was food that could make an adult happy. He was quite curious. Where's Chichikamaya? Master Gue is still checking those monsters who have woken up. Ghost Baby said respectfully, but according to Master Gue, they should have been freed from the control. Long Shiro nodded, looking a bit solemn. That is to say, Juefeng really wants to do something. It also confirms the conjecture that the number of individuals he can control is limited. But what is he going to do next? Lord Long, Ghost Baby said, I contacted the monsters in the city, one by one according to the address book you gave me. It said that several small monsters disappeared these 2 days. But their parents didn't care too much, saying that sometimes the children would leave home for a few days when they were upset. But I suspect that these missing small monsters— what about the adult ones? Are there any that you can't contact? There are quite a few of them. Ghost Baby frowned, but I can't be sure. The whereabouts of adult monsters are always uncertain. Speaking of the missing small monsters, Long Shiro suddenly said, that day, Chichikamaya used his secretary to check the world. I saw that Nini seemed to be controlled too. You should have seen her that day in the underground parking lot, right? Nini? Ghost Baby frowned. A small cat monster, female. Ghost Baby recalled. That day I did see a small cat monster, but I didn't pay attention to her when the monsters attacked me. The ones that were sent back didn't seem to be her. I didn't see Nini when I was on the rooftop of the building yesterday. Long Shiro was worried. Nini is friends with Juefeng, Cheese, and Xiaojiang. Don't mention this to Cheese. Ghost Child said helplessly, Lord Long, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do even if I want to. After coming back from that building, Cheese locked himself in his room and didn't come out for a day and a night. He didn't talk to anyone, not even his mother, Shu Xiaoshu. Long Shiro only felt an inexplicable irritation. She suddenly stood up. I want to go out for a walk. If anything special happens, let me know. Master, take care. Ghost Baby respectfully saw Long Shiro off. But Long Shiro just went out when Ghost Baby hurriedly ran out with a phone in his hand. Long Shiro forgot to take it. However, Long Shiro was nowhere to be seen when he chased after her. Forget it. Ghost Baby didn't care. As a Shinryu in Kelowna, he didn't need a phone, so he shrugged and closed the door. Outside the pet hospital, Long Shiro didn't even want to be recognized by others. Her appearance could be recognized by all the monsters in the whole Kelowna. So she took off the disguise made by Gue Chinny and looked at the city where she had lived for more than 100 years with her current appearance. After a long time, it was already evening and the sun was about to set. But she still had no clue. Should I go to that shop? This thought suddenly popped up in Long Shiro's mind. But it was only for a moment, and she dismissed it. She told herself that she couldn't. As a Shinryu in Kelowna, she never gave in to anything. Calm down. I'm just not used to the sudden loss of power. But I'm still me. I still have my memories. After all, she was the true dragon of the godly land. The dislocation of the sudden loss of power did disturb her for a few days. But if she became like this body at this moment because of the loss of power, she became a helpless little girl. Shinryu's pride wouldn't allow her to do that. Think about it carefully. Long Shiro suddenly closed her eyes. Although her power was gone, her ability to calm her mind was still there. Even in the busy city, she was still able to keep her mind as clear as a mirror. Everything that had happened in the past few days flashed through her mind, and the noises in the bustling city were separated one by one. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked at the huge advertising screen installed in the building in front of her. At this time, the advertisement that was playing pulled her back to reality from this kind of unraveling thinking. This was the hottest topic in the city this week. It was an advertisement for a TV show that had risen to the level of a concert. It was tonight, 7:30 p.m. Flyer. The flyer that Ghost Child brought back last time. Could it be? Long Shiro suddenly put her hand into her skirt, and then her expression changed. Where's the phone? But she couldn't care so much now. She picked up her skirt and ran. She walked to a taxi that was parked on the side of the road. She cut into the line of people waiting to take the taxi and knocked a man who was about to get on the car away. She jumped into the car and slammed the door shut. The taxi driver was startled by the sudden appearance of the little girl. Little girl, where are your parents? Drive! Kelowna's Shinryu roared. If you don't drive now, I'll call the police. I'll jump out and report you for child molestation. And give me your phone. The driver. Old driver, damn. This little girl is so fierce. Maybe she's not young, but just suffering from dwarfism? Here. The driver had no choice but to pass the phone to the back seat. Long Shirua took the phone and wanted to call Ghost Child. What's the phone number again? Forget it, call Chichi Kamaya. What's the phone number again? Damn it. Since there's an address book in the phone, who will remember the phone number? That. Little girl, where are you going? You haven't told me. To the pet. No, it's too late. Long Shirua frowned. Gymnasium. Go to the gymnasium. Hurry up. The taxi driver murmured, but didn't say anything. He stepped on the accelerator and drove faster. Although there was still more than an hour before the official opening, the gymnasium was already crowded with spectators waiting to enter. 60 or 70,000 people needed a lot of time. Juga, here. Carrying 2 big bags in his hands and wearing oversized clothes, the fat man panted as he ran to a girl who was waving at him. I bought a lot of things. You just ate something, didn't you? Pig. The girl pouted and scolded him, but took out a tissue to wipe his sweat. You can't do anything about it. Juga giggled. The girl took his arm and smiled sweetly. It's rare to get 2 votes. Let's go in. Jipping, I'm here. Chapter 5:14. Lin Feng tilted his body about 30 degrees to the left and was reading a report in his hand. The reason why he tilted his body like this was because Officer Ma, who was sitting in front of the table, had his neck tilted. Damn Ren Xiling, I just squinted for a while and my neck was crooked. Forget it. I'll go find an old Chinese medicine doctor after work. It's inconvenient for my neck to be crooked all day. Why are you reading so fast? Are you in a hurry? But Sir Ma, whose neck was crooked, was not happy to see anything at this time. Seeing Lin Feng's crooked body made him even more annoyed. He was annoyed. He just wanted to scold him. Sir Ma, I have an appointment with someone. A woman? A girlfriend? Lin Feng smiled embarrassedly, scratched his head shyly, and said, She's not my girlfriend. We're just online friends. We agreed to go to the gymnasium to watch the concert. You see, Mahoud muttered, it seems to be a big event. A venue with 60 or 70,000 people. Sir Ma? Mahoud waved his hand and said, Okay, you can leave the work to your colleagues outside. Go quickly, don't be late. Thank you, Sir Ma. Mahoud rolled his eyes. After seeing Lin Feng leave, he lit a cigarette and thought about the 2 recent cases. The 2 cases were over 48 hours ago. The investigation was getting more and more difficult. Sir Ma felt more and more irritated. He simply packed up his things and left the office to find a doctor. Unexpectedly, when he walked to the door of the police station, he saw 2 policemen, a man and a woman, a taxi driver and a little girl pulling here. What's going on? What are you doing? Officer Ma. When the male police officer saw this, he quickly saluted and said, It's like this. This old master brought a little girl here to report a case. He said that the little girl might have been lost or had an argument with her family. But when we asked her, she couldn't say anything. She just said that we should send her to the gymnasium and that she wasn't missing or running away from home. Huh. Sir Ma was stunned. The experienced driver hurriedly said, Officer, this child suddenly ran into my car. I asked her parents, but they didn't say anything. She even said that if I didn't send her to the gymnasium, she would make a scene and say that I touched her. Heavens, this child is old enough to be my granddaughter. Can I do this kind of thing? Sir, I have been doing my job for more than 10 years. Everyone says that my character is good. Don't listen to this child's nonsense. Here, this is my evidence. Take a look. Okay. Mahoud quickly waved his hand and glanced at the little girl, who was caught by the policewoman. He found that the little girl's eyes were a little scary. What kind of weird things could happen in this day and age? Wasn't this little brat maturing too early? So Mahoud squatted down and patted the little girl's head, saying gently, "Little girl, are you in trouble? Don't you worry about telling Uncle. Uncle will help you. This person, did he touch you?" "Ah, sir, I'm innocent. If I had such a thing, would I be able to bring her here?" The old driver suddenly blushed. Would I be able to do such a heartless thing? If I did, I would die a horrible death. Okay, I'm just asking, don't be so agitated. Mahoud stared at the experienced driver with disdain. At this moment, the little girl who was patted on the head, Kelowna Shinryu, who is now just a little girl, felt that she was completely broken. Heavens, she didn't expect that the driver would directly bring her to the police station. "Where are your parents? Are you alone? What's their name? Where do you live?" Surma kept asking. "Can you?" Long Shira took a deep breath. "Can you not say anything and send me to the gymnasium?" "Gymnasium? Are your parents there? Are they working or something?" Surma was always very patient with children. "Can you stop asking?" Long Shira was at her wit's end. Her body trembled, and she suddenly raised her head. God knew what she had experienced in these few minutes. Long Shirwa blinked her big eyes and said in a childish voice, "Uncle, you're so handsome. You're obviously a good person. Can you take me to the gymnasium? My grandma said she would wait for me there." She was broken. Long Shirwa felt that she could get drunk later. She was broken. Heavens, I'm the true dragon of the divine land, but I have to act cute in this place? What's your grandma's name? Or we can contact her directly. Sir Ma still talked with the little girl patiently. This reminded him of the time when he was a child of this age. Those days he was very happy. "There's no need. Just send me there. I beg you, Uncle, please." She was too cute. Sir Ma felt that his heart was about to melt. How could there be such a cute little girl in the world? "Oh, well, what's your name?" Mahoud nodded and said, "The police uncle needs to know your name." Longer. Mahoud nodded and patted Long Shirwa's head. "Okay, Uncle will take you to the gymnasium now." "Don't pat my head again, Sir Ma. Are you really going to take her there?" The police officer asked curiously. "We can do this." Mahoud shrugged and said, "It's okay. I'm going there to see a Chinese medicine doctor. Look at my neck. It can't be crooked all day, right?" Mahoud smiled and held Long Shirwa's hand. "Come on, Uncle will take you to your grandma." The policeman looked into the distance. Officer Ma was really overflowing with love. "So, just bear with it for a while and it will be over. Calm down. Long Shirwa, you have to calm down." Kelowna Shinryu kept hypnotizing herself and finally got into the car. Unexpectedly, Mahoud, this experienced father, seemed to be in a good mood. He hummed a little tune and slowly wiped the windshield of the car. Then he carefully put on the seatbelt for Long. After Mahoud put on the seatbelt for himself, he patted her little head. "Longer, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something first?" Uncle, can we start the car?" Longer's fingers, which were pressed under her skirt, were slightly bent and holding on to the leather of the front passenger seat. "Ah, yes. Start the car. Sit tight." Mahoud nodded and inserted the key to start the engine. Then he suddenly stretched his crooked neck over and said, "Oh, I remember there's some chocolate here. Let me get it for you." "Ah, I can't take it anymore. Longer clenched her small fists and stood up. She grabbed Sir Ma's neck with both hands and shook him hard. "Let me go! Start the car!" Okay. Let me go. Cough. Let me go first." Mahoud painfully patted Longer's arm. This little girl was so fierce. It must be because of her family background. Sai, was it because she lacked love? She said she was a grandmother. Was she a left-behind child? so she was more irritable. So pitiful. Mahoud calmed himself down and shook his neck. This child finally let go of him. Then he took a deep breath and stepped on the accelerator gently. When did my neck return to normal? He didn't expect it to be fine after being shaken by this little girl. Not bad. He saved a lot of medical fees. This child, was she a little angel? Ah, she was so cute. Neon lights, night fell, and people came and went. Chung Iran sat alone under the pedestrian bridge. He was wearing a cap that was lowered so low that it almost covered his eyes. He was also wearing sunglasses. There was a wooden guitar hanging on his body. His fingers didn't affect him from plucking the strings, because the song was very simple and didn't require any skills. The alley in front of him, used to carry the wooden guitar, was open. There were a few coins and some notes, 1 yuan. The only 5 yuan note was given to him by an old lady who passed by not long ago. They were just passing by and didn't stop to listen. They simply left the money and hurried away. No one listened. No one knew that he had been singing here for the whole afternoon. Chung Yuran's voice was a little hoarse. He sang one song after another without stopping. He was a little nervous at the beginning, but now he was singing numbly. He sang again, Blue Lotus, Lost. No one stopped. He hoped that someone would stop, but no one stopped. Sure enough, after losing the guitar, he couldn't move anyone, even if his voice was hoarse and he sang with his heart. Even if the song was simple, his fingers were already numb from the pain after a whole afternoon. But why was he still here? Chung Iran thought that he should be used to this kind of situation. Didn't he and Hongguan experience a lot when they were in Hohai and Sanlitun? Hongguan, Guan. During this period of time, did he feel the same when he was alone at the square? Are you also hoping that someone will stop? Chung Iran stopped singing for the whole afternoon. He looked at the time. The competition was about to start. He packed up the things here, silently. At first, he thought that he would be enlightened if he returned to his original state. But it was useless. After half a day, he still didn't gain anything. He just felt more and more confused. It's me. Can you call a car and send me there? Chung Iran called Chungyan. I'm at Huanshur East Road. Okay, I'll wait. Thank you, Manager Chung. Let's go and see Hongguan's performance. Chung Iran took a deep breath, glancing at the screen of the building in front, the advertisement. Unexpectedly, his phone rang. Chung Iran gave a start, finding it was a strange call. He frowned and chose to answer it. Hello, is anyone there? Who are you? Chung Iran wasn't sure, but he seemed to have heard this voice before. Yes, I'm Yudon Chung. Fishball. Chong. Chung Iran gave a start. It's me, the boss who sells fishball noodles. Is that you? You said something about Bayshire last time. I met him. Chapter 5:15. If they looked back at the club, they would find that during this period of time, Tainzi, the rookie of the club, often left early and returned late at night. He was even more mysterious than the club's boss Luo, as if he had joined some mysterious cultivation class. Of course, boss Luo didn't care much about the whereabouts of the employees. In fact, only Tainzi would come back often. Black Soul number 18 had been out for a long time and hadn't returned. Of course, boss Luo didn't care much about this. He gave more freedom to the Black Soul envoys than his predecessor. Tainzi, it's rare that you didn't go out today. Luochio looked at Tainzi, who had been sitting in the hall for a while eating the cheesecake made by Miss Maid, and smiled. Well, Tainzi's eyes turned, and then said quickly, I've thought it through. I want to stay with Master and listen to Master's teachings. Luochio took the napkin from Yi and said after wiping his lips, Tainzi, when did you become so studious? I'm doing this for upwards ho. Tainzi said with his head held high. I can't always be a burden. So I need to improve myself. I see. Luochio nodded, as if he was very happy to hear Tainzi's words, but he suddenly shook his head and said, but it's a pity that I have to go out with Yu Yi later. Tae-Yinzi's eyes lit up, but he moved his lips as if he was hit hard. It's not a pity, it's not a pity. It's just a matter of 1 or 2 days. Master, if you're busy, you have to hurry. Unexpectedly, Miss Maid said, Master, can you wait for a while? Yu Yi hasn't finished cleaning today. If that's the case, all right, let's wait. Luocho smiled and nodded in agreement, but Tae-Yinzi suddenly stood up. Yu Yi, miss. Master's matter was of utmost importance. As servants, we must do our best to cooperate, right? Oh, Tae-Yinzi, it seems that I can't refute what you just said. Miss Maid narrowed her eyes and said, So what do you want to say? Tae-Yinzi said seriously, Yu Yi, miss, being able to accompany Master is a great honor. How could you make your master wait? Look, why don't you leave the cleaning to me? Please accompany your master out. Hand it over to you? Yu Yi said softly, Tae-Yinzi, you're so enthusiastic. Instead, I suddenly feel a little uneasy. This old Taoist guarantees with my head. There must be no problem. Tae-Yinzi took a deep breath and said, I will never break anything here, and I won't touch anything here. If I touch anything, I will voluntarily extend my service for 10 years. Only 10 years? Miss Maid smiled and said, You're so stingy. Then more than 10 years plus 1 day? Tae-Yinzi swallowed his saliva. Luocho smiled and said, Well, Yu Yi, don't be sarcastic. It's rare to see him so serious. I like it very much. Let's do as Tae-Yinzi said. You should relax once in a while. Yes. Master was absolutely right. It's the truth. Yu Yi, miss, you've worked hard. You should have a holiday once in a while to relax. Tae-Yinzi quickly echoed. Miss Maid looked embarrassed. Since Master said so? Well then. Tae-Yinzi, this is the key to the utility room. Don't lose it. I'll check it when I come back. A long key appeared in front of Tae-Yinzi out of thin air. This newbie swallowed his saliva and hurriedly said, I will definitely do it. Will. Master, please wait a moment. Allow Yi to go back and change clothes. It's my pleasure. Boss Luo smiled and watched Miss Maid go upstairs. Soon after, Miss Maid took the boss's arm and walked out of the door side by side. Tae-Yinzi, I'll leave this place to you. Then the rookie black soul messenger heaved a long sigh of relief. Tae-Yinzi waited for a while. After calculating the time, he was sure that the master wouldn't come back suddenly. Tae-Yinzi then took a deep breath and looked at the ancient long key in his hand. Then he quickly walked to the door of the utility room. He opened the door with trembling hands and walked in. He turned his eyes and walked to a cabinet without saying anything. He opened the glass door and took out something from it, the best that Boss Luo bought with 1,000 yuan not long ago. Good heavens, Tae-Yinzi muttered to himself. If it weren't for the fact that we all have faith, I wouldn't care about you. Bah. I'll get off here. Wait for me. Chung Iran said to the driver. This was the car of Feiyun Entertainment. As for the driver, of course, he was the rookie that the company valued. Okay, Mr. Chung, I'll wait for you in the parking space in front. Chung Iran didn't say anything. He quickly opened the door and walked into the alley. He was familiar with this area, so he turned left and right. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the street where a nightclub was located. Here he saw the fish egg stall from afar and also saw the boss, Yu Danqiang. Chung Iran quickly walked behind Yu Danqiang and shouted. Yu Danqiang quickly put down the things in his hand and walked to Chung Iran in his blue slippers. Aya, little brother, you came so fast. Let's not talk about this first. You said you saw that person. Is that true? Chung Iran said seriously. Fishball Chong raised his eyebrows and said, Of course. I, your uncle, have never lied to anyone. Hey, did you see him? It's the old man with the afro eating noodles over there. Chung Iran was stunned and frowned. Boss, are you kidding me? I came from afar. Don't lie to me. I remember you said it was a young man last time. Ugh. Did I say a young man? Yu Danqiang was stunned and then shook his head. Absolutely not. It's this Afro old man. How can I mistake such an obvious feature? If you don't believe me, go and ask him yourself. Cheng Yuran was helpless. He could only walk to the small table with doubts, looking at the old man with the afro, a checkered shirt, tight pants, and crocodile leather shoes. What kind of disguise is this? However, Cheng Yuran felt a strong retro style from this weird old man. This old man, may I ask? The old man with the afro raised his head with an impatient look. What's the matter? Do I know you? Cheng Yuran frowned. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. However, he didn't delve into it, but said quickly, I heard from the boss that sold fish balls that you bought a Bess from him some time ago, right? Bess? The old man with the afro scratched his head and then suddenly realized, Oh, you mean that Bess? Yes, that's right. Why, do you have a problem? Cheng Yuran was overjoyed and quickly sat down. Uncle, that Bess is very important to me. Can you transfer it to me? You want it? The old man with the afro frowned. But I also like it very much. Besides, I bought it with real money. Why should I give it to you just because you want it? Cheng Yuran took a deep breath and said, Uncle, this Bess is really important to me and to my friend. Just give me a price. How much did you buy it? I'll buy it back with double the price. Unexpectedly, the old man with the afro slammed the table and snorted. Humph, is it a matter of money? Damn it. Do I look like a person who does it for money? I'm sorry. Uncle, that's not what I meant. Don't be angry. Cheng Yuran said, quickly, I'm just too impatient. Because it's really important to me. That's why I'm so impatient. The old man with the afro frowned. Is it really important to you? Cheng Yuran took a deep breath and nodded heavily. The old man with the afro snorted. Since it's so important, why sell it? Why is it still important to you? Cheng Yuran smiled bitterly. Things are more or less complicated. But please believe me, it's really important to me and my friend. So, if it's possible, please sell it to me. The old man with the afro pondered for a while. Seeing Cheng Yuran's anxious expression, he said slowly, I can sell it to you, but you have to prove to me that it's really important to you. Chapter 5:16. No, sir. How do you want me to prove it? Cheng Yuran pondered for a moment and asked. The old man with the afro snorted. Funny. You keep saying that this is very important to you. Very important. I want you to prove it, but you still ask me? Is there such a reason? Cheng Yuran was speechless. He became more and more anxious, watching the time passing by. The feeling of wanting to leave became stronger and stronger. It was a kind of intuition. Intuition told him that Hongguan's performance might be able to awaken his lost ability to play the guitar. This was a very urgent desire, even making him feel that if he missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult to find it again. He didn't want to waste time here with this strange old man. If he could directly buy Bess back at a high price, that would be ideal. But this strange old man was obviously deliberately making things difficult. Perhaps he wanted to raise the price? Cheng Yuran took a deep breath and said, How about this? Sir, can you give me your contact number? I'm actually in a hurry now. As for Bess, we can talk about it later. Please believe me, I am very sincere in wanting to buy it back. The price is negotiable. Unexpectedly, the old man didn't answer, but looked at Yu Danqiang and said, Boss, the bill. After the old man put a bill on the table, he stood up directly and was about to leave without looking at Cheng Yuran. Sir, where's your contact number? Cheng Yuran couldn't help but ask anxiously. The old man with the afro didn't turn his head and said, No, why should I leave to you? You said this is very important to you. But now you want to leave immediately. I don't see any sincerity. Cheng Yuran said helplessly, Sir, you're older than me, and you have more experience than me. You should know that sometimes people really have to make a choice in a dilemma, and you can't attend to one thing and lose the other. If you were me, and there was a very important thing in front of you at the same time, what would you choose? The old man with the afro suddenly turned around. Extremely important? Then let me ask you, is this a matter of life and death? Chung Iran subconsciously shook her head. The old man with the afro said indifferently, "Is your wife giving birth? Family member critically ill? Or was he in a hurry to save them? Or is it because you have a big business deal that you want to cancel if you don't go? Everyone in the company is waiting for you to start your business? It concerns the livelihood of hundreds of people?" Chung Iran shook his head one by one. He was unable to explain his true reason, but he couldn't help but think, what this old man is saying is probably really important. The old man with the afro finally said indifferently, "Then tell me, what is more important than this Bess? What's wrong with me returning it to you? If you can't justify it, I'm sorry, but I won't sell this Bess. You won't be able to find me in the future, and don't bother me anymore. I got it." Chung Iran suddenly took a deep breath. "Uncle, I won't go. I'll keep an eye on you until you're willing to sell it back to me." The old man with the afro suddenly said, "Oh, then you can follow me." After saying that, the old man with the afro turned around and walked away. Chung Iran frowned and braced himself to follow him. He didn't know where the old man with the afro was going to go, so he just followed him silently, and his mood became more and more anxious. He calculated the time, calculating whether he would be able to catch up with Hongguan's appearance. Each step was more difficult than the previous one. Each step was heavier than the previous one, but it was also unstable. After walking for about a street, the old man with the afro suddenly stopped and walked into an old house, but told Chung Iran not to follow him. Not long after, the old man with the afro came down with a bag in his hand. Chung Iran even recognized that it was the bag that Hongguan used to carry his Bess. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Uncle, you're going to—" Unexpectedly, the old man with the afro didn't say anything, but carried the bag on his back, looked at the direction, and then walked in another direction. Chung Iran was helpless, lowering his head and sighing. He could only continue to follow him. The Bess was on the old man's back within reach. With a little strength, it seemed that he could peel it off from the old man's body. Chung Iran considered this possibility, but at the same time he found that the old man was walking in the opposite direction from the gymnasium. "Uncle, where are you going?" Chung Iran quickened his pace, walking side by side with the old man. "We've been walking for a long time. You should tell me, where are you going?" "What? You still can't let go of your important matter?" The old man with the afro said indifferently, "I didn't force you to follow me. If you feel that the other matter is more important, just go. Don't force yourself and make things difficult for me." I didn't mean that." Chung Iran sighed, continuing to follow him. He followed him, walking through the bustling streets, the downtown area, and the remote alleys. This kind of aimless wandering made Chung Iran impatient to an unimaginable degree. What was the meaning of this? What was the meaning of walking forward aimlessly? He didn't see any intention of the old man to sell him. Instead, it seemed that the old man was telling him to back off. In the end, Chung Iran didn't know what he was doing at all. This feeling seemed to bring him back to the past. When he came out of the detention center, he aimlessly went all the way south, leaving the courtyard of the old alleys in the capital. He even had the idea of giving up rock and roll. He even had this idea earlier than the first band member who said that he wanted to leave. But he didn't tell anyone. He didn't know how he had been holding on. Whenever the members of the team were discouraged, he would always cheer them up. He always said that in order to make Xiaoming's dream come true, they must persist on this road. Since they had come so far, wouldn't it be a pity to give up now? No one wanted to give up halfway, and they were even more unwilling to give up the efforts they had made. He didn't want to give up his own sweat and time. He didn't want to give up the pain he had endured, and he didn't want to give up the tears he had shed alone. In this way, although he knew that there would be no result, he still held on numbly. It was meaningless, numb, and a waste of time, obviously, as long as he stopped now, as long as he rushed there, as long as he went to see Hongguan. But when he felt Hongguan playing the guitar, he might be able to regain the lost ability and continue to use the guitar to go all the way, those who held on and pursued at that time could be obtained with this guitar. Obviously, it was better to give up. There was still time. There was still time. If he stopped here, Hongguan didn't know that he had found it. If he didn't know, he might not blame him. Suddenly he stopped. But it was the old man with the afro who stopped in front of him. He slowly turned around, yawned lazily, and looked at Chung Yiran expressionlessly. "Uncle." Chung Yiran frowned and sighed at the same time. He was about to say, "Let's stop here, I don't want it any more." "Well, it's almost here." The old man with the afro looked around. Chung Yiran found that he had followed the old man to the bridge. This was the bridge that connected the two sides of the city. At this time, the old man with the afro opened the bag on his back. Under Chung Yiran's astonished gaze, he threw it out of the bridge. Below was the flowing river. Seeing the best was thrown down, Chung Yiran angrily grabbed the old man's collar and roared, "You bastard! What the hell are you doing? What the hell do you want? Didn't you say that it was very important to you? Then why don't you go and find it?" The old man with the afro said indifferently, "If you can find it, it's yours. Are you kidding me?" Chung Yiran clenched his fists. "How big is this river? How can I find it?" "Hit me if you want," the old man said casually. "During the time you hit me, it may go further." "Ah!" Chung Yiran roared. His clenched fists were hard to the limit. He raised them high, but released them at the moment of hitting the old man. Instead, he pushed the old man to the ground. Chung Yiran turned around and rushed to the railing of the bridge, crossing over the railing. He jumped down. "What am I doing? But no matter what, since I've jumped down, I'll find it." In the water, Chung Yiran, who had lost consciousness due to the dizziness caused by the fall, suddenly exhaled. He moved his arms crazily and floated to the surface of the water. Chung Yiran was not a good swimmer. His physical strength did not allow him to find the thing in the river as if he was walking on flat ground. It was impossible to find it. Such a heavy thing should have sunk into the water long ago. He should have thought of this. The thing had sunk to the bottom. He should have thought of this long ago. But why did he jump down? He did not look back. But in the end, he sank into the dark river. This time, he did not have the strength to swim up. "It's over, it's over. Hey, wake up! Wake up! Idiot, wake up!" Cough! His throat seemed to have been ravaged by something. His nasal cavity was even more uncomfortable. He felt even more shivering. His whole body was soaked. Chung Yiran tried to open his eyes. He tried to open a small gap. He only saw a mess of messy hair. This old man's hair had been soaked by the water. "Uncle, you cough, cough." Chung Yiran rested for a while before sitting up. He looked at the place where he was. In front of him was the river, and above was the bridge. He was indeed at the pier under the bridge. That old man was now wringing the water stains on his clothes. "I didn't expect you would really jump down." "Thank you for saving me, Uncle." Chung Yiran sighed. Then he looked up at the night sky and said with a bitter smile, "I have a good brother who said I often made stupid mistakes." Actually, he was right. The old man didn't look back. He said indifferently, "What? You don't blame me for throwing it away?" Chung Yiran gave a start. Then he smiled and lowered his head, saying softly, "Just throw it away. Just when I thought I was going to die, I realized that maybe I should have thrown it away long ago. Actually, it was me who didn't throw it away." "Is that so?" The old man with the afro nodded his head and put on the checkered shirt that had been wrung dry. Chung Yiran now lay down. It seemed to be more comfortable. At this moment, he looked at the night sky with a calm heart. After a while, Chung Yiran suddenly asked, "Uncle, what time is it now?" "It's almost 9 o'clock. It's already 9 o'clock. It seems that I can't make it." Chung Yiran smiled and sighed. He didn't know why, but he felt more relaxed than before. At this moment, he didn't even want to think too much. He just wanted to lie down like this. "What? Do you still want to go to the place you just wanted to go?" No. Chung Yiran shook his head. "I can't make it. Besides, it's good now." "Where did you want to go originally?" "The gymnasium." Chung Yiran sat up with a relaxed face. He looked at the night sky and said calmly, "Speaking of which, we really went a long way, uncle. I'll send you there," the old man suddenly said. Chung Iran gave a start. He shook his head and said no need. "I'll sit for a while. I can go by myself later. I'm fine." "Didn't you want to go to that place?" "Yes, I did." Chung Iran's expression suddenly became complicated. Then he smiled and said, "I'm not afraid of you laughing. When I first followed you, I was counting the time. I was counting the time until I couldn't follow you anymore. I had to go, but—" He shook his head and didn't continue. "Let's go. I'll send you there." The old man pulled Chung Iran up. "It's really not necessary. Besides, I can't make it. Uncle, you're wet. Let's go home. Don't catch a cold." "What are you talking about? You're so annoying." "The gymnasium, right? I can send you there in less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Uncle, are you kidding? Here is. He suddenly looked up and saw a flash of colorful light in the sky. Then he heard the roaring sound, the sound of cheering. "You've lived here for so long. Don't you know that the gymnasium is next to the East Bridge?" "Gymnasium?" Chung Iran turned around in disbelief. It had been right behind him all along. Chapter 517. In a room in the pet hospital, Chichikamaya was seriously looking at the beaker in front of him. The flame of the alcohol lamp was slightly raised by him to ensure that the temperature of the flame could reach the desired effect. His every movement was delicate and steady, as if he was treating a sacred work of art. Suddenly, Chichikamaya opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He flew up and stretched out his hands from his sleeves. It was hard to imagine that the slow old tortoise could be so fast. "Chichi!" shouted, and picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table. His hands were as fast as lightning, and the noodles in the beaker were stirred. The golden noodles were rolled into a ball, and then suddenly lifted up. The excess moisture was wiped away in the air, and then it fell into another beaker. "Listen, ghost baby, to make a good instant noodle, you need to put your heart into it. You have to grasp the timing perfectly. If you add 1 minute more, the noodles will be too soft. If you add 1 minute less, the noodles will be too hard." Gue Chinny sucked the cooked noodles into his mouth and taught the ghost baby. Ghost baby sighed and nodded casually. "Master Tortoise, as long as you are happy." Chichikamaya ate the noodles and said, "Where is Lord Long?" Master said he wanted to go out for a walk. Ghost baby said directly, "He has been out for more than half an hour. Maybe he is annoyed." Chichikamaya shook his head and didn't say anything more. "By the way, do you want a bag of pickled cabbage? I will cook it for you." "Master Tortoise, I am not in the mood. Please don't make trouble." Ghost baby sat down and stared at Chichikamaya with a pair of dead fish eyes. At this moment, a strange man in a black suit suddenly came in with a hurried look. "Master Tortoise, we found a letter outside the door." "Letter? What letter?" Chichikamaya was stunned. "I don't know, I didn't read it." The strange man continued, "It's not addressed to anyone, just this letter." It was a white envelope with nothing written on it. Chichikamaya frowned and immediately opened it. He quickly glanced at it, and then his face suddenly froze. "Master Tortoise, what's written on the letter?" Ghost baby asked curiously. Chichikamaya's face became even more serious as he said seriously, "I'm afraid this was sent by Juefeng. The letter said that we have to rush to South Cloud Town before 8 o'clock tonight. If we don't come, then we'll have to wait to collect the corpse." "South Cloud Town?" Ghost baby frowned. "About 200 kilometers away. Why did Juefeng go there?" "I don't know." Chichikamaya could not help but frown, thinking about how to deal with the situation. 200 kilometers was not difficult for the monsters present, and it was not impossible for them to arrive before 8 o'clock in the evening. The problem was that he didn't know what Juefeng was planning. "Master Tortoise, should we go?" Ghost baby said helplessly, "Lord Long hasn't come back yet. Should we go and look for him?" South Cloud Town. I'm afraid it's a trap for him to choose such a far place. Chichi Kamaya directly shook his head. Whether it's a trap or not, we have to go there and take a look. It's better to be safe than sorry. This Zhuefeng can control others, and we don't know how many innocent monsters he has in his hands. He's possessed by the devil, and he can do anything. We can't wait anymore. Ghost baby, bring some men with you. I want to go there and take a look myself. With that, Chichi Kamaya quickly looked at the strange man and said, You stay here with a few brothers. When Lord Long comes back, tell him about this matter. In addition, keep an eye on the monsters here. If they have any strange movements, deal with them in a special way. It's okay to be violent. I understand, Master Tortoise. Chichi Kamaya took a deep breath, sweeping the noodles in the beaker into his mouth, and said in a low voice, Prepare the car! Chichi Kamaya quickly opened the door and walked towards the door of the hospital. At this time, Shu Xiao Shu with a big belly walked over with a pot. Oh, Master Tortoise! Are you going out? Seeing Shu Xiao Shu was in a panic and wanted to salute, Chichi Kamaya waved his hand and stopped Shu Xiao Shu with air. You're pregnant, no need to be so polite. What are you doing? Shu Xiao Shu sighed. I'm going to send some food to Cheese. He has locked himself up for more than a day without eating or speaking. I'm worried. He's still young, and there are some things he can't figure out. Chichi Kamaya didn't want to say more, and then comforted her. When he figures it out, he'll come out. Maybe it's a good thing for him. We monsters are different from human beings by nature. We need to face all kinds of perplexities. Although a human's life is short, only a few decades, they're usually able to quickly overcome their confusion. However, we can't. The growth of the demon's mind is too slow. Perhaps this is a disguised form of hindrance from the world to the demon. But once we overcome it, we'll get more. Cheese is a smart kid, and his eyes are firm. I think he'll figure it out soon, so don't worry too much. Just take care of the baby in your belly. I know, Master Tortoise. Shu Xiao Shu bowed respectfully. Chichi Kamaya opened the door and left by car. Shu Xiao Shu came to Cheese's room quickly and gently knocked on the door. Seeing that the food she brought in the morning was still untouched, she couldn't help but sigh. After changing the food, she left silently. Hearing the sound of knocking on the door, with the rat monster's sense of smell, he could easily smell the smell of food. It was probably his mother who brought him fresh food again. Was it tiring to sit for a whole day and night? Of course it was tiring, especially on this cold and hard floor. How good would it be if he could directly skip this kind of pain? How good would it be if he could directly become a strong-willed and well-versed person? Cheese sometimes read some novels published in the human world, such as online novels. The character of the protagonist was very good from the beginning. He was very envious. No matter what kind of pain, failure, frustration, loss, or sadness they encountered from the beginning to the end, they could always overcome it. We all project ourselves into that ideal state in order to escape from reality, right? Cheese played with the whistle he always carried. For a long time, he thought that if his father was still alive, maybe he could give him some hints. He put the whistle in his mouth several times, but he resisted the urge to blow it several times. On the one hand, he was afraid that this kind of whistle would attract Iron Whistle, and he was afraid that it would be killed by Ghost Baby or other monsters. On the other hand, he was still afraid that it would attract Iron Whistle, and he was afraid that Iron Whistle would really go crazy and hurt all the monsters here. Cheese heaved a long sigh. He suddenly found that some of what Zhuefeng said was right. He always wanted to do something that had both sides, and hoped that all aspects could become better. Maybe he thought that Zhuefeng was like this, and Xiao Jiang and the others should be like this. In this way, everyone could be happy together. How good would that be? But am I forcing my will on them? Are they just forcing themselves to cooperate with me? I can't figure it out. Cheese directly lay on the ground. The cold floor couldn't calm him down. Instead, he became more and more irritable after a day of isolation. Cheese subconsciously turned his body. There was a feeling of something pressing the place where his body and the floor were close to each other. Cheese subconsciously took out something from his trouser pocket. "This is an admission ticket." Nini gave it to him. "Be there or be square. 07:33 p.m. In less than half an hour, the program would officially start. Even in the lounge, one could feel the shock of 60 or 70,000 people. Through the door, Hongguan listened quietly for a long time. He kept taking deep breaths, hoping to adjust his nervous mood. Just before this, he had ended the video call with his wife. The encouraging words were still in his ears, but it was easier said than done to calm down. How did Iran calm himself down at that time? Hongguan began to be absent-minded, thinking about some irrelevant things. Suddenly, the door of the lounge was knocked. Changyin pushed the door and came in, asking directly, "Why are you all in a daze? Lucy, have you finished the makeup for them?" "Yes, Manager Chung, it's all done. Absolutely no problem." "Look, aren't they handsome?" Changyin waved his hand. "I'm not interested in men." "Well, you all go out. I have something to talk with Hongguan." "Director Chung, what do you want to talk to me about?" When only Hongguan and Changyin were left, Hongguan asked first. Changyin shook his head, then opened the door. Hongguan saw Mr. Zhong, who he didn't know the identity of, but was sure to be a big benefactor. This young noble's aura of nobility was too strong, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. Zhong Luochen came in with a bag and handed it to Hongguan, smiling. "Iran asked me to give this to you." "This guitar." Hongguan opened it and couldn't help being stunned. He looked at Zhong Luochen confusedly. "Why, give it to me." "I think he means something." Zhong Luochen smiled. "But I don't know, I just did what he asked. Maybe you will know." Hongguan held the guitar a little harder, and after a moment of silence he said, "But he didn't come?" "Oh, he'll come." Zhong Luochen said softly. "The driver went to pick him up. He should be able to catch up. He will watch you from the audience. Come on. I'm looking forward to your performance." Hongguan said, "Mr. Zhong, if Iran comes, can I have a word with him before the performance?" Zhong Luochen said indifferently, "Of course, if he is willing. Why should I stop him?" Chapter 5:18 7:37 p.m. The gymnasium was about 1 kilometer away. That was to say his home was nearby. Cheese frowned, carefully opened a manhole cover, and climbed out. Should he go home and take a look? Maybe Iron Whistle was waiting for him in the open space? "What am I doing?" But he shook his head with a wry smile. It was inappropriate to sneak out of the pet hospital, and it was even more inappropriate to contact Iron Whistle. Iron Whistle not only killed one of Mr. Turtle's men, but also wanted to kill Xiao Jiang. If not for Zhu Feng, Xiao Jiang would have been. Cheese couldn't help thinking that if Xiao Jiang knew he still went to find Iron Whistle, would she hate him? Cheese took a deep breath, grasping the admission ticket in his hand, and finally walked towards the gymnasium. "I'm so stupid. Why didn't I call Nini's home to ask if she went out?" He was afraid of something. He was afraid that if Nini had something to do, he couldn't tell her. He was afraid that she would cancel it. He was also afraid that she would say, "Next time." He didn't know why he was afraid. He couldn't figure out this emotion, but he subconsciously hoped that the worst case would be when she couldn't come back. He was so cautious, so full of expectation, so contradictory and silly. His heart was beating fast. The street lights began to shine on the back of this strange little monster. How many similar backs were there in this city? Those who didn't know what love was, those who were full of ignorance and throbbing, those who wrote the story of youth? And at this moment, something was silently watching this back, Cheese's back. It was a pair of eyes that had appeared out of thin air, and the eyelids were making clicking sounds. The owner of the eyes seemed to have flashed by when he walked past the light and then disappeared. Like a chameleon, it hid well in the gap between the night and the street lights, and approached little by little, closer, closer. Tonight I will eat you. I don't want to suffer anymore, and I don't want to endure this kind of hunger anymore. Cheese, let me eat you. It was just a creature that followed its instincts and hoped that it could live a better life. This way, this way. From afar, he could see the woman waving her arms enthusiastically. Rin Xiling. Lizzie glanced at the two people who came leisurely in the night, Luochio and Yui. Suddenly, Lizzie said, "However, I didn't expect Luochio to bring his girlfriend here. Sister Ren, how did you do it? I feel like it's super difficult." Ren Xiling sneered and said, "There's nothing I can't do. All I did was cook a meal last night and make the kitchen look like a battlefield. I even said that I would personally cook for the next week. And this kid obediently gave in. What submission?" Suddenly, Luochio's voice came. He had approached to the distance, where he could hear their conversation. "Ah, ha ha ha, nothing, what's wrong? Did you hear it wrong?" Ren Xiling squinted at the spotlights of the gymnasium and whistled. "Yu Yi is so beautiful tonight." "Hello, Miss Rin." Miss Maid slightly nodded to Ren Xiling with her hands in front of her, like a noble girl educated in the palace. "Come on, here are your tickets." Ren Xiling directly stuffed 2 tickets into Yu Ye's hands, and then hurriedly pushed them. "It's about to start, you should go in quickly. The seats are in the 5th row of the VIP area. Don't get it wrong." Just when they walked 10 meters away from the entrance, Yu Yi chuckled. "Miss Rin is so enthusiastic all the time." "Really?" Luochio shook his head slightly and said indifferently, because she always thinks about some unnecessary things. "But occasionally we have to satisfy her, otherwise it's quite troublesome." It was very unpleasant to see the kitchen like a battlefield. If it was like this for a week, it would be even more unpleasant. Well, everyone is in the gymnasium. "Sister Rin, should we work?" Lizzie reminded Rin Xiling that, as the media, they still had a very important job to do tonight. "Well, I'll go in after a smoke." "Let's work. Who told me to be poor?" Rin Xiling shrugged her shoulders. Lizzie observed Ren Xiling's behavior with interest. Suddenly, she turned her eyes and said with a smile, "But Sister Ren, have you noticed? Luochio and Yu Yi, I really feel." "Feel what?" Lizzie took a breath, slightly. "It's like a cloud meeting a breeze. Do you think your baby son and future daughter-in-law have sexual apathy?" "Go away. I'm still waiting to hold my grandson." Ren Xiling rolled her eyes at Lizzie, but also whispered, "But it can't be? Speaking of which, this kid goes home every night? He never spends the night outside. Could it be?" Lizzie shrugged and unwrapped a lollipop. She licked the lollipop and clicked her tongue. Lizzie, who was born with some mischievous thoughts, suddenly said, "Sister Rin, I used to have a folk prescription handed down from my ancestors in my hometown. It can cure sexual apathy and guarantee a 70% success rate of giving birth to a child." "Really?" Ren Xiling's eyes lit up. Lizzie nodded and said, "But the effect is a little strong. You have to seize the opportunity to make sure that Luochio and Yu Yi are alone. Otherwise, if you get involved, I won't be responsible." Lizzie looked at Ren Xiling with a smile. F***CK. You dirty Lizzie. Ren Xiling knocked on the back of Lizzie's head and groaned. "There will be plenty of opportunities. You should prepare the prescription for me first." "Okay, leave it to me." Lizzie smiled and agreed. "But I'm afraid you can't find all the materials here. I'm afraid there's none here. How about this? I'll ask my friends in my hometown to prepare the finished products and send them here." Suddenly, a light shone, and they saw a Passat slowly driving towards Ren Xiling and Lizzie. The headlights were a little dazzling, and they could barely see a figure getting off the car. "Old Ma, why are you here? Didn't you say that you won't come back to carry bricks?" Ren Xiling saw the person clearly. The person who got off the car was Sir Ma. Ma had rolled his eyes at Ren Xiling and ignored her. He walked to the other side of the car and took a little girl out. "Wow, what a cute little girl." Ren Xiling glanced at her and couldn't help but praise. "Old Ma, when did your family have such good genes? Which family is she from?" This is longer. Mahoud rolled his eyes and said, the child who ran away said her grandmother was waiting for her here. I was going to see a Chinese medicine doctor after work, so I brought her here. Speaking of which, I haven't settled the score with you for bumping into my neck. Haven't you recovered? Ren Xiling also rolled her eyes, then squatted down and patted the little girl's head. You're Lana? You're so cute. Tell me, how old are you? Don't. This child doesn't like people touching her head. She'll be angry and hit people. Ma Howd quickly reminded. Something was wrong? Long Air looked at Ren Xiling and patted her head. She couldn't be more obedient. She didn't move at all. How come she didn't yell at Ren Xiling? You're ugly, so you don't want to be touched? Ren Xiling laughed at Ma Howd, then directly hugged Longa and said arrogantly, Look, you're so obedient. It must be because you look like a weird uncle. Sir Ma burst into tears. I also want to hug her. Damn it. How could I meet this woman? Kelowna's Shinryu's body was stiff because she knew better than anyone that this woman's existence was abnormal. Long even touched her own cheek, subconsciously. It seemed that there was a dull pain here. Chapter 519. No, I have to think of a way to get away from these 3 people. No, 2 people and a monster? Although the Shinryu's power was sealed and she looked like an ordinary little girl, Long Shirua still had her eyesight. Especially at such a close distance, she could still feel the well-hidden monster power. What's the origin of this little monster who looks like a girl eating a lollipop? Lizzie didn't know that her identity had been exposed. At this time, seeing the little girl looking at her without blinking, she thought that Long was hungry for her lollipop. So she subconsciously took out a long lollipop from the small bag hanging on her waist. I only have this left. Hey, do you want to eat? Who wants to eat this? I want to. Long Air opened her mouth, but she couldn't say what she wanted to say. Kelowna's Shinryu even blushed. Ren Xiling's mind suddenly lit up. He held Long Air's hands and said, Long Air, do you want to pee? If she used the excuse of going to the washroom, it would be a good chance to escape. But she had to admit in front of these 2 people and a monster, yes, I want to pee. Who can do that? I'm the famous Kelowna's Shinryu. Long Air, what's wrong with you? Your face is red. Do you feel uncomfortable? Ren Xiling touched the little girl's forehead and said worriedly, It's a little hot. Do you have a cold? Should we send you to the hospital? No, don't. Long Air said in a low voice, I want to go. What are you thinking? The little girl's voice was so low that Ren Xiling had no choice but to stick close to the other party's face. Washroom. What? You really need to pee. Ren Xiling smiled and said, Look at you, your face is red. I was too embarrassed to tell this fat uncle in the car, right? That's right. This fat uncle is not a good person. Ren Xiling, what enmity do you have with me? What do you mean by I'm not a good person? Sir Ma was instantly displeased. You're a good person. Do you want to carry her to the bathroom? Ren Xiling rolled her eyes again. Ma Howd was speechless. Ren Xiling hugged the little girl and said, Come, I'll take you to the bathroom. Sister Ren, is it going to start soon? Lizzie suddenly said. Ren Xiling shrugged and said, You go in first. Anyway, you just need to take some pictures backstage. I'll be there in a while. Lizzie nodded and agreed. Then she walked into the gymnasium through another passage. Ren Xiling hugged the little girl and walked away hurriedly. What should I do? Looking around, Sir Ma felt the cold wind blowing and suddenly thought of such a question. He looked around and suddenly thought of Ren Xiling's words yesterday. There's so many fireworks here. Did anyone call the fire department? What if it gets burned? It's strange. I didn't see the fire department's car. Sir Ma frowned and picked up the phone. Hello. This is Ma Howd from the Criminal Police Brigade. Is your captain there? Okay, I'll wait. Oh, Lauhi, it's me, Mahoud. Nothing. I just want to ask you something. Hasn't the gymnasium sent anyone here today? Oh, yes, I'm just passing by, so I'm asking. Has the car been out for a long time? But I haven't seen anyone. You can check it out. I'll wait for your news. Oh, no hurry. I have nothing to do anyway. Wow. Has anyone cleaned this place before? Ren Xiling held Longer's hand and frowned in the washroom. Of course, in front of so many people tonight. It was inevitable that the washroom was so grand. It was probably the same for others. Finally, Ren Xiling found a relatively clean grid. She pushed the door open and said, "Well, I'll take this one. It looks okay." Longer walked in stiffly. After a while, she turned around and said, "You? Sister, I'll close the door." "Oh!" Ren Xiling smiled. "Can't you pee?" "It's okay, you can close the door. I'll wait for you by the wash basin and wash my face." After closing the door, Longer breathed a sigh of relief. The next problem was how to leave this woman's sight. This little girl's body was really inconvenient. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Longer was startled. Ren Xiling said, "Longer, have you peed?" Not yet. It's okay," Ren Xiling said at this time. "I remember that there is no tissue inside. Come on, take it out and use it." Through the crack on the floor of the door, Ren Xiling put in a pack of tissues and said, "Girls need to remember to take good care of their bodies. You need to be clean and keep your little sister's hygiene, okay?" "I know. If this is a nightmare, please go away as soon as possible." Kelowna's Shinryu couldn't help covering her eyes in pain. Ren Xiling giggled at this time and walked away quickly. This little girl's face is so tender, but she is really cute. If Luochio and you can have such a cute girl in the future. Sub-editor Rin started to imagine a scene in her mind. She stood in front of the wash basin mirror and giggled. Ren Xiling shook her head abruptly and turned on the tap. It was too far to think about that. She had better think about how to make the two guys happy. No, she had to work first. Ren Xiling began to wash her face. Longer, are you ready? Longer. But when Ren Xiling finished washing her face, she found that Longer was gone. So many people. There were so many people in the backstage passage. Li Zi wanted to squeeze in, but decided to give up. But if she couldn't get anything, she didn't know how to report to her superiors. She didn't have Ren Xiling's ability to carve a bloody path out of these thousands of soldiers and horses. But she was a monster, so she had the ability of a monster. Li Zi looked around and found that no one was paying attention to her. She put her body close to the window of the corridor and jumped out of the window quickly. She quickly placed her palm on the wall. Cold air suddenly emerged and condensed into a 30-centimeter-long petal on the outer wall. Li Zi squinted her eyes and smiled, blowing to the front. On the outer wall, many petals of the same size appeared, extending all the way to the other side. This should be the real backstage, the recording studio area where the singers and the like rested. Li Zi jumped on the ice petal easily. It would melt by itself later, so she didn't need to take it back. But at this moment, a black shadow flashed from not far away, climbing up the wall, and fell into Li Zi's sight. A monster? It's so small. Cheese easily climbed up the wall that he had climbed many times before. Finally, he climbed into one of the utility rooms in the gymnasium through a window. Nini said that she would wait at the usual place. For the former members of the juvenile group, there was only one usual place in the stadium. But after Cheese jumped in, he found that there was no light and it was dark. "Haven't they arrived yet?" Cheese shook his head, turning to look out of the window. Suddenly he became absent-minded. He subconsciously thought about Nini's matter and didn't think about other things. When Nini came, Cheese wanted to talk to her about something. He wanted to talk to someone of the same age. Suddenly, light footsteps came. Cheese turned around and saw a small figure slowly walking out of the darkness with the help of the dim light outside the window. Cheese could see clearly little by little. Suddenly, his heart beat faster. It was Nini. Under the dim light, He had never felt that Nini had such a cute side to her. No, no, no. Nini didn't seem to be any different from usual. But for some reason he felt that his face and ears were a little red at this moment. Cheese. Nini called Cheese softly. You're here. Nini. Cheese took a deep breath, nodding. I've just arrived. Nini, what are you doing? Nini didn't say anything, but directly threw herself on Cheese. She sniffed Cheese's cheek, saying in a sweet voice, Cheese, I miss you so much. Nini, don't do this. Cheese only felt that his mouth and tongue were dry. He took a deep breath, pressing Nini's shoulders with his hands. Nini, I have something to tell you. Can you listen to me? It's about Juefeng. Cheese, I like you so much. Nini said suddenly. Cheese was stunned. His brain was almost blank, and he had difficulty breathing. He saw Nini closing her eyes, and her lips were getting closer to him little by little. Closer, closer. Cheese's breath accelerated, and he could even hear his own heartbeat. He called Nini's name softly in his heart. The throbbing of youth made him look forward to what would happen next. He closed his eyes as well, imagining what kind of taste this kind of beautiful action would taste like. Poochie. At this moment, Cheese suddenly opened his eyes, only feeling a kind of heart-piercing pain crazily spreading from his body to his arm. He slightly opened his mouth, and his mind was in a mess. He couldn't believe what he saw. Nini was still Nini, but the smile on her face made him feel extremely strange. She was also holding a knife in her hand, a knife that was stained with blood. It had pierced Cheese's arm and then was pulled out. Nini, you. Cheese's mind went blank again. He leaned against the windowsill and covered his wound with his palm. Because I hate you. Nini narrowed her eyes and laughed. You don't really think that I like you, do you? I'm a cat, and you're just a smelly rat. Don't tell me you're really delusional enough to think that I'll be with you? Are you stupid? Chapter 520. Drip. Blood dripped from his arm onto the cold floor. Cheese looked at Nini and the bloody knife in her hand. He suddenly took a deep breath. Juefeng, come out. I know you're here. Am I right? You're here. Cheese roared towards the gloomy storeroom. Pa! The light in the room was turned on. Cheese looked around subconsciously. He saw a familiar face on a wooden box, but it was strange. This reminded Cheese of the days when he met Juefeng. Juefeng was lying in the muddy water with wounds all over his body. Different wounds were caused by different attacks. He seemed to have been beaten by more than one person. How could that be described as a look of despair? And now it was a kind of crazed look in his eyes. How could it be described? Cheese didn't know. Only the blood on his arm and the blood dripping on the floor were scattering. He didn't know if the friendship between him and Juefeng was also dispersing. Cheese tasted another kind of bitterness after receiving the news of Shu Yu's death. He said bitterly, Juefeng, how much do you hate me? Juefeng sneered, jumping down from the wooden box. He waved his hand. Nini obediently walked to Juefeng's side, lowering her head like a servant. I hate you. Juefeng shook his head. I don't really hate you. I just don't like you. So I want you to know how it feels to be betrayed by your most trusted person. Oh, I don't know why, but I'm in a good mood now. Cheese shook his head. Is it interesting? You know, if Nini wasn't controlled, she wouldn't do such things. Look at her now. Is she still Nini? Juefeng's face darkened. Then he sneered again. Oh, from what you said, it seems that if Nini was normal, she wouldn't hurt you, right? Cheese, have you forgotten the fact that you're a mouse and she's a cat? You two are born enemies. Are you sure? Nini didn't mean what she said just now. Juefeng's eyes flashed red. He sneered. Are you sure? Can you believe her unconditionally? I don't think so. Cheese. Cheese glanced at Nini subconsciously. His lips moved slightly, but he stopped abruptly. I believe. I believe. I believe. I should believe. I should believe. Why I couldn't say it. Ha 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 ha. Juefeng suddenly. Look. Look at your hypocritical look. You'd better take a good look yourself. You hesitated. You don't believe me. It's not like that. Cheese avoided Juefeng's eyes, lowering his head. It's you. You're the one who influenced me. It's you. That's right. Wind-chasing wolf said indifferently. That's right. You see, you put the blame on me. That's right. Right? It's just because of me. If it wasn't for me, none of this would happen, right? If it wasn't for me, Nini wouldn't hurt you, right? Don't be ashamed of your hesitation, because it's all my fault. Cheese. That's right. That's right. That's right. After blaming me, you're still you. That brave, strong, and nice guy. That's right. You. What do you want to do? Cheese raised his head, clenching his fists. Juefeng suddenly said, Do you remember our competition half a year ago? I say, Cheese, do you want to have another round? What? Come with me. It's not good to compete in this place. Juefeng smiled. I have a good place. The flourishing Lotus Gymnasium was one of the landmarks of the city. On the one hand, it was built by the government with great efforts. On the other hand, it was high. Very high, very high. Of course, this kind of height was mostly due to the so-called artistic structure that was useless but looked good, a ring, randomly undulating roof of the gymnasium. However, it was undeniable that the view in this place was extremely wide. If the seats at the back of the audience seats were called the peak seats, then the seats above the roof could only be described as the peak seats. For ordinary people, no matter how wide the view was, it was useless. But for the club boss with all kinds of magical powers, this position was the VIP seat, right? Under the night wind, Luaccio, who was accompanied by Miss Servant Girl, calmly looked down. There was a magnificent structure built below, the surroundings of the stadium below, the people below, and the monsters below. Looking at the shadow climbing on the wall, looking at the audience who began to cheer, and looking at the first singer to appear on the stage, Yi Zichen was stunned. Behind the front desk. Oh, and that Kelowna Shinryu who was running with small steps and panting. Yu Yi, why do people gather together? Luoqiu turned back to Yu Yi, asking softly. Luoqiu had asked this question once, but it was in his heart at that time. But now he asked it out loud. Is it because of fate? Yu Yi answered softly. Luoqiu smiled. Is this your answer? Why do you say not sure? Miss Servant Girl frowned. Yu Yi doesn't know, Master. Please tell me. Luoqiu shook his head. It's good that it's your answer, because it's your understanding. As for me, I want to find the answer by myself. Yu Yi nodded slightly. The night wind messed up her hair, so she smoothed it to the back, and then looked at a direction outside the gymnasium, suddenly saying, This Tainzi, it seems that he didn't clean well. Didn't you already know? Luoqiu smiled. That's why I let him clean for a living. Well, I bought this singer's album before. This time he learned his lesson and put Hongguan at the end. If you don't mind, let's listen. Luoqiu began to listen with interest. This was the second singer after the first, one step down. It was amazing. It was really amazing. Where did this old man with the afro find a Harley-Davidson? Feeling the roar of the motorcycle when running. Chung Iran even had a feeling. Did this old man with an afro hide the Harley under the bridge early? Otherwise, he would have directly lifted the red, white, and blue plastic cover and then said, Get on, there's no time to explain. What the hell was that at this time? The Harley motorcycle suddenly turned sideways and then swung a half circle, gliding for more than 10 meters before stopping. It could be imagined how fast it was. Chung Iran jumped off the bike in fear. He was already soaking wet, and now his clothes were half dried by the wind brought about by his haste to move forward. His body was a little cold, and Chung Iran's face couldn't help turning pale. This old man with an afro seemed to be fine. 7 minutes. Tut-tut, old. Old man's skill seems to be good, ha-ha. The old man with an afro boasted and laughed twice, then looked at Chung Iran and said, Kid, we're here. Why don't you go in? Chung Iran was surprised. Old man, how did you know I was going in? Otherwise, why are you here? To drink northwest wind? The old man with an afro rolled his eyes and said, "Don't dawdle. Do what you want to do. I think you look good now. At least you look more like a human." Chung Iran shook his head and smiled bitterly. He took a breath and said, "Old man, I still don't know your name." "Me." The old man with an afro pondered for a while and suddenly said, "My name is John Lennon." "Lennon?" "Taiyin." "What?" "John." "Lennon." "Taiyin." The old man with an afro hummed, "Did you hear me clearly, John?" Chung Iran had heard of Lennon before. But what the hell was Taiyin at the end? This old man was really like him, full of personality and eccentric. Chung Iran smiled and said, "I'll call you old man." "Old man, thank you, I'm serious." "Okay, don't be long-winded." The old man with an afro started the Harley's engine. Chung Iran saw this and quickly nodded to the old man with an afro. He took a deep breath, turned around, and ran towards the entrance. "Wait!" Unexpectedly, the old man behind him suddenly yelled out. Chung Iran was stunned and turned around. He saw the old man with an afro suddenly bent down and picked up a rectangular box from the side of the Harley. This box had been on the motorcycle all along. Chung Iran was very curious why such an ugly thing was on such a flashy motorcycle. But this strange old man's temperament was very strange, so he didn't ask. But this old man swung his hand and threw the box to Chung Iran. What a strong hand! "I'll lend this to you. Remember to return it to me after you use it. I'll come to you." Boom! The box was thrown in front of Chung Iran, and the old man had already driven the motorcycle to the west in a carefree manner. Chung Iran subconsciously squatted down and opened the box. He saw a Bess lying in the box with some paint peeling off. "Old man, you didn't throw it away." Chung Iran picked up the Bess with a grateful smile on his face, but he couldn't see the tail light of the Harley anymore. Howard couldn't help but frown. The fire engine that left the squadron had a GPS system. He waited for the reply from the squadron, but found that the fire engine stopped 1 kilometer away from the stadium, and the firefighters on duty didn't respond. So Surma drove directly to the stadium and easily saw the fire engine parked on the roadside. But when he got closer, he found that all the firefighters on the vehicle were lying motionless, as if they had fainted. What the hell? At this time, Ren Xialing's words rang in Surma's ears again. "There are so many people. What if it explodes? Have you called the firefighters?" Chapter 5:21. In the ring-shaped auditorium, there was a neat wave of people. This singer really knew how to control the atmosphere of the scene. Of course, being able to do this was also related to his dozens of large-scale concerts experience. This should be able to arouse the emotions of all the audience, but it seemed that some people didn't. Instead, they showed a bitter expression. The girl noticed his appearance at this time. Since she woke up from the hospital, she only had this man in her eyes. Although fat, clumsy, and sometimes timid, there were also times when she was very brave. "What's wrong, Zhuge? Are you not feeling well?" The girl asked softly. I think I may have eaten too much or something wrong." Zhuge covered his stomach, sweating. "My stomach hurts. What should we do? Shall we go?" The girl was looking forward to this performance, but only for this man. But Zhuge hurriedly stood up at this time. "No need, no need. You have been looking forward to it for a long time. I should be fine after going to the toilet. You wait for me here. I'll be back soon." With that, Zhuge squeezed out from the row of seats, but if he was not there, no matter how much the girl looked forward to it, she didn't seem to be as excited as before. "Toilet, toilet, where is the toilet?" Zhuge held his stomach, running in the corridor of the gymnasium awkwardly. He felt that the power in his body was about to burst out. "That, little brother, where is the toilet?" Zhuge had reached the point where he would catch anyone as if he caught a life-saving grass. So the god of luck didn't abandon him. He really caught someone. The kid looked young, probably a high school student. He was a little small, but his eyes were very bright. "Over there." The high school student enthusiastically pointed to the direction. "Turn right in front. Go straight. then turn left and you will see it. Thank you. Zhuge was very grateful, running quickly in that direction. Looking at the fat brother who was about to die, the high school student scratched his head, muttering, "This big brother can probably hold on." The high school student shook his head. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. The high school student smiled and looked at the window next to the corridor. While looking at the scenery outside, he said into the phone, "Hello, class monitor, what's the matter?" "Mo Xiaofei, how's the situation over there?" The class leader, the girl on the other side of the phone, asked softly. The high school student smiled and said, "I'm fine, but I don't know if I'll be fine after this. I have a feeling that the situation won't be too good. There are too many people." The class leader said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mo Xiaofei. If it weren't for the lack of manpower, I wouldn't have dragged you here. I know you usually take care of your father." The high school student quickly said, "Actually, it's nothing. I told my dad that I would be a volunteer here. After the concert, I would help clean up the garbage here. He was quite happy. No matter what, I will definitely thank you later. Ah, I have to go now. I have to ask the other students about the situation." The class leader quickly hung up the phone. High school student Mo Xiaofei looked at the closed communication interface with a sense of loss. He always wanted to say something more to this girl. He looked out of the window and muttered to himself, "What's there to thank me for? This is what I should do. After all, I'm still atoning for my sins." Mo Xiaofei shook his head, took a deep breath, and patted his face to cheer himself up. But when he was about to look away from the window, his eyes stopped somewhere. It was a figure running in a hurry. "This is Officer Ma." Mo Xiaofei frowned. He hadn't used his superpower for a long time. But when he saw this police officer, Mo Xiaofei took a deep breath, focusing his eyes slightly to improve his eyesight. Later, he found that this slight use of his superpower didn't seem to cause much burden to his body. Why is he in such a hurry? What happened? Mo Xiaofei couldn't help but frown. He decided to follow up and see. He still owed this police officer a favor. Sir Ma was indeed very anxious. He found the parked fire truck, and the firefighters on the truck were all in a coma. Was he in a hurry? He directly went to the fire brigade and tried to wake up these unconscious firefighters, but he couldn't wake them up. In desperation, Sir Ma could only drive the truck to the stadium. When he got off the truck, he received a call from Ren Xiling. "Old Ma, I really want to get rid of Long." "What should I do?" Ren Xiling said with a trace of anxiety and helplessness. "I just washed my face, but Long disappeared when I turned my head." "What?" Ma Howd gave a start and then hurriedly said, "Why are there so many troubles? I'm so annoyed. Why are there so many troubles? Do you know what happened?" Ma Howd couldn't help telling his discovery from the beginning to the end. Ren Xiling was surprised. "Damn. It seems something will happen from what you said." "Damn. Ren Xiling, you better not jinx it." Ma Howd hurriedly said, "Let's not talk about it now. Please continue to look for Long. She's so young, she can't go far. Maybe she's just naughty and hiding. Oh, Lin Feng should be here too. You call him to help look for her, and tell him it's my order. I'm going to the place where the fireworks are installed. It's urgent here. I hope it's just a false alarm." The two of them split up in an instant. Ma Howd looked at the direction, and then hurriedly walked in that direction. As soon as he left, a figure came out from the shadow of the tree behind him. Mo Xiaofei. Mo Xiaofei frowned deeply at this moment. He had improved his hearing ability and heard Ma Howd's words clearly. Mo Xiaofei looked at the fire truck parked next to him, blinking his eyes as if he was thinking about something. The scene was too big. It was impossible to find anything in the current situation, especially with so many people. Long Shirua's sharp senses were no longer there, not to mention that there were too many humans gathered here. The huge and messy human aura was the best natural barrier to hide the demon aura. Why do I have a bad feeling in my heart? Long Shirua panted and held the handrail of the stairs, thinking crazily. If Zhuefeng really intended to do something to the humans here, what would he do? Would he expose himself among the tens of thousands of people and then kill them? That was the worst-case scenario. After such a worst-case scenario, not to mention her current appearance, even if she hadn't become like this, she probably wouldn't have been able to suppress this matter. The modern era's information spread too fast. It was simply incomparable to the ancient times. At this moment, Long Shirua vaguely heard a scream. It seemed to be a male's voice. Long Shirua frowned and quickly followed the direction of the sound. It was near, in a washroom not far away. Long Shirua could even smell a faint smell of blood, and the sound of cracking, and the sound of gurgling. Long Shirua began to tremble with fear. Probably because of the loss of strength, the body sent out a dangerous signal, which made Long Shirua's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. Kelowna's Shinryu couldn't help but think that once she lost her strength, she would also have the same feeling. She took a deep breath, gently pushed open the door of the washroom and peeped inside. And inside was a scene that shocked her to the core. Blood, the floor of the washroom, the tiles on the wall, and the respective door panels were everywhere spattered with bright red blood. Long Shirua gasped. Inside there was a huge monster, which was eating a human male's body bit by bit. And that gurgling sound was obviously the sound of the monster chewing on the bones. It was Iron Whistle. It was Iron Whistle who was gnawing the body here. At this moment, Iron Whistle, who was enjoying its food, suddenly turned its head. Its eyes were huge, just like the eyes of a chameleon. There were circles of spirals in the eyeballs, like a bottomless abyss. Long Shirua saw her own reflection in the abyss. Chapter 5:22. Hiss! All of a sudden, Iron Whistle opened his bloody mouth and spat out his tongue, which was covered in blood and mucus. Long Shirua was shocked and pulled the door tightly. However, the strength of the tongue was so strong that it pierced through the door and flew out beside Long Shirua's cheek, almost piercing her forehead. Although she lost her strength, she still had Shinryu-esque experience. Long Shirua leaped backward at once. If it was in the past, such a backward leap would be easy and simple. But now, while she was leaping backwards, she found it difficult to maintain her balance. What should have been a perfect backward leap had turned into a sitting position on the ground. Iron Whistle's tongue was very flexible. At this time, it extended again and entangled Long Shirua's calf like a snake. Then it extended again and entangled her along her body. Long Shirua felt very uncomfortable because of the secretion of mucus. At the same time, Iron Whistle broke the door, and its body almost squeezed against the door frame. But its body suddenly shrank and passed through the door frame easily. The tongue began to shrink and dragged Long Shirua bit by bit. What awaited the Shinryu of Kelowna was its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. The great Shinryu of Kelowna was going to die in the mouth of this guy. Long Shirua's brain almost stopped working. This was probably something that she had never thought of in all her years of life. Seeing her body getting closer and closer, Long Shirua struggled desperately. Damn it! Should I give in this situation? Should I call that place that shopkeeper? Long Shirua sighed in her heart. Time is of the essence. She really felt the feelings of those who were willing to trade their precious things. We will really encounter the moment of despair and helplessness. No matter how hard we try, we can't get over it. Long Shirua's body suddenly relaxed. When the thought of giving in arose in her heart, she gently closed her eyes. Come on. I Long Shirua want to, Lord Long. Suddenly a shout woke Long Shirua up. Her body even loosened as the tongue that was wrapped around her was cut off. At the same time, Iron Whistle made a painful sound because of its broken tongue. Chichi Kamaya. Chichi Kamaya, who was carrying a turtle shell on his back, didn't close his eyes but showed a pair of lightning-like eyes. He even had a sharp sword in his hand. a sharp sword on the tip of a cane. After cutting off Iron Whistle's tongue, Chichikamaya didn't stop. He didn't say anything. He waved his withered arm and chopped Iron Whistle again. This slash directly cut off one of Iron Whistle's front limbs. Iron Whistle made another painful sound, and its body turned into a pool of liquid at the same time. But Chichikamaya snorted, "Humph! Do you want to use the same trick again?" Chichikamaya drew a circle in the air with his sword, and a large amount of mist burst out from the circle. When the mist met the air, it turned into frost and directly froze everything in front of it into ice crystals, including Iron Whistle, who had turned into liquid and was about to escape. Looking at the completely frozen Iron Whistle, Chichikamaya sighed softly and put his sword back into the sheath. It turned into a cane again. "Lord Long, are you hurt?" Chichikamaya hurriedly helped Long Shirui up. "I'm fine." Long Shirui shook her head and glanced at the frozen Iron Whistle. She couldn't help but frown. "Chichikamaya, how did you find this place?" Chichikamaya said seriously, "It's a long story. When I was cooking noodles today," Long Shirui said fiercely, "Make it short." Chichikamaya hurriedly said, "Juefeng sent a letter. I was afraid that it was a trap, so I pretended to leave and stayed to observe." As expected, Chichikamaya didn't go far after getting on Ghost Baby's car. He got off the car, while he had Ghost Child lead his subordinates to the designated location. He sneaked back to observe the situation. "After lurking for a while, I found something." Chichikamaya shook his head. "Juefeng is too cunning. Those monsters are still under his control. They just look normal. I'm so incompetent. I really can't figure out what kind of means it is. Please forgive me, Lord Long." Long Shirui shook her head. "Let's not talk about this. What happened later?" Chichikamaya said, "Those monsters suddenly went crazy. They not only captured all my men, but also Shu Xiaoshu's family and Xiaojiang. This may be a good opportunity to find Juefeng, so I have been biding my time and following him here. But not long after I arrived, I smelled the smell of blood. Fortunately, this old man was vigilant enough to rush here. Otherwise, I'm afraid this time, Master Long." "Thank you." Long Shirui shook her head. She was really grateful this time. If it weren't for Chichikamaya, she would have bowed down in front of the shop owner. Long Shirui sighed at this time, but said helplessly, "It's good that you saved me, but I'm afraid you lost track of those guys." "Don't worry, Lord. I've already cast a tracking spell on one of the monsters. I know where they are now." Chichikamaya squinted at this time. Well, they stopped at Chichikamaya suddenly opened his eyes. "Here. Juefeng captured Shu Xiaoshu's family and Xiaojiang." "Why?" Long Shirui bit her nails subconsciously, looking at the ice in front of her casually, and suddenly said, "Where's Ghost Baby?" "I let him continue to go to the destination." Chichikamaya said seriously, "I don't know how many innocent people Juefeng has controlled. Will he set an ambush there? If we don't fall, will we irritate him? I don't know what Juefeng wants to do." "You've handled it well." Long Shirui shook her head. "If it were me, I might not be better than you. This Iron Whistle has killed so many creatures. Let's kill it." "That's good. A long delay may cause trouble." Chichikamaya nodded and gently touched the ice with his crutch. The ice crystal shattered in an instant, turning into a large amount of ice. This demon clan elder was also a decisive and merciless person back in the day. Xiang Lu said that only by destroying its most original cells can it be killed. Chichikamaya carefully searched the ice cubes, which seemed to be the core cells. "Found it." Chichikamaya snorted, and was about to touch it with his crutch. Unexpectedly, the half of the tongue that was cut off suddenly opened at this moment, and a thin needle as thin as a cow's hair shot directly to Chichikamaya's ankle. What a cunning beast! Chichikamaya was stabbed, and at this moment he was furious. But the forelimb that was cut off by him suddenly turned into a pool of liquid, directly covering Chichikamaya's body. But for Chichikamaya, this was only a hindrance. The old turtle snorted, and the liquid covering him instantly turned into ice. He shook his body and fell down. But Chichikamaya's face suddenly turned black, and he directly knelt on the ground. "Oh no, this needle is poisonous. Chichikamaya, this poison can't kill me." Chichikamaya took a deep breath and gathered all his monster power, only to see that the place where the needle was on his ankle began to emit thick black liquid little by little. But the ice crystal had been broken, and the liquid began to break out little by little and quickly gathered together. But not much of the ice crystal was broken out, and when it gathered together, its volume was much smaller than before. The liquid in front of him began to expand and slowly turned into a figure. Long Shirwa took a deep breath. Prometheus, those guys in the West, actually created a monster with such tenacious vitality. But at this moment it had a voice. It was the kind of voice that could speak. Its form gradually became clearer, and so did its voice. Previously, there was a voice that asked me if there was someone stronger than me who wanted to kill me. What would I do? At that time, I said that it was normal the weak would die. I died because I was weak. It became clearer and clearer, and Long Shirwa's eyes were filled with shock at the same time. But just now, when I was about to die, it finally took shape. Why did you want to kill me? It had taken shape, and it was roaring, "Shuyu!" But it was accompanied by the exclamation of Kelowna Shinryu. Chapter 5:23. In front of him, it was only about 6 meters tall. Even in the eyes of humans, it looked short. But it was this short face that overlapped with the face that was always greedy for small gains and was always looking at the customers in the pet center with a lustful look. But Long Shirwa clearly knew that this was not the real Shuyu. "You are not Shuyu." Long Shirwa took a deep breath and stood up. "You are not. The Shuyu I know would never do such a thing as killing a living being. Why should we kill you? Why don't you ask yourself how many monsters and humans you have killed? If I don't kill you, how can I face those monsters and their families who died tragically in your mouth?" Its eyes were much bigger, and its mouth even more cracked. Its eyes were tightly locked on Long Shirwa, and its voice was cold. "What about you? Aren't you the same? Aren't those things that you eat the same? Humans eat animals. You monsters eat all kinds of creatures. What about you? Why can you? I can't. Tell me. You want to live. This is your wish. I want to kill you. This is also my wish." At this time, Chichikamaya staggered to stand up and said in a low voice, "You want me to answer you. I can only answer you because of selfishness." Although it staggered, Chichikamaya's movement was not slow. It instantly pulled out its sword, and cold light shone in all directions. It was frightened and stepped back 2 steps, very afraid of the sword in Chichikamaya's hand. "Selfish, selfish, selfish! I don't want to die." Its body turned into liquid again, and instantly left the toilet canal. Chichikamaya did not move and just watched it leave. Until it completely left, it spat out a mouthful of black blood and fell to the ground. It turned out that it was just pretending. "Chichikamaya, don't scare me." Chichikamaya smiled bitterly and said, "This old man is useless to be entangled by such a small poison and become so weak." Long Shirwa sighed and said, "The secret technique you used last time backfired on you, and you haven't recovered from that level of injury. This poison is probably the same as the one that killed Spider-Man. You're already heavily injured, and you still need to suppress the poison. It's already good enough that you can speak." Chichikamaya, he's getting old. Long Shirwa couldn't help but feel sad. How many years had it been? How many years has he been alive? However, even though he was still alive, he was no longer the turtle prime minister who was in his prime and could caress her head and call her little princess. Chichikamaya's eyes gradually became cloudy, and he said softly, "Little princess, after so many years, this old man finally sees you like this again. Little princess, it's been hard on you all these years. Don't say anything. Chichikamaya." Long Shirua's eyes were red. Chichikamaya said weakly, "It's the Xian Yuan family who let you down. Little princess, this old man is the one who let you down. When you were still so young, this old man personally sent you to Shinryu to accept the inheritance. You're still young, but we had no choice but to let you shoulder this responsibility. Little princess, do you blame me? I'm sorry. I hope that one day, you'll be able to take this heavy responsibility. Chichikamaya, I order you. Don't say anything else. Stand up. Stand up. In the name of Kelowna Shinryu, I order you. Stand up. Little princess. Little princess. Chichikamaya's eyes became cloudy. Little princess, you're late again today. Is there going to be a punishment? Little princess, yesterday, I asked you to memorize the medicine manual. Have you finished memorizing it? Did you sneak out again to... He stopped abruptly and slowly closed his eyes. Chichikamaya. Chichikamaya. Grandpa Tortoise. Long Shirua screamed madly and hugged Chichikamaya's body. A heart-wrenching pain spread through her body. After losing Shinryu's power, she was no longer able to look at everything with a detached heart. It was as though she was reliving the first half of her life. In such a short period of time, she had experienced so much helplessness. Her mind was no longer as firm as a rock, and her heart was no longer as cold as ice. Longair's eyes were filled with tears as she bawled, "Grandpa Tortoise!" Right now she was only Longair. "I don't want you to die. Grandpa Tortoise. Longair doesn't want you to die. Grandpa Tortoise, Grandpa Tortoise." Longair leaned on Chichikamaya's chest and pounded on Chichikamaya's chest with all her strength. "Get up, get up, get up, Grandpa Tortoise." She was still leaning on Chichikamaya's chest and pounded on it with her small fists. She pounded weakly. "Grandpa Tortoise, Grandpa Tortoise, Grandpa Tortoise, Grandpa Tortoise, I will never let you die." All of a sudden, Dragoni clenched her fists tightly. Raising her head, she mustered all the strength in her body and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Come out! Come out! Come out! I know you're here! Come out! You've won! Come out! You've won! Come out!" But there was no one around. No matter how she shouted, no one came out. Longair's face was pale, and she lowered her head in despair. "Come out! You've won! Why don't you come out? Come out!" The sound of footsteps, 2 different kinds of footsteps, sounded in front of at this time. She raised her head, subconsciously, and saw the club's boss and Miss Maid standing in front of her. "Miss Long, you're looking for me?" Luocho nodded slightly and said softly, "Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with?" Longair wiped the tears on her face and gritted her teeth. "You've won. Don't ask when you already know the answer. Chichikamaya, I don't want anything else. As long as you can save him. As you wish." Boss Luo smiled. Longair looked at the young man in front of her in disbelief and said in astonishment, You agree? Since it's the guest's request, why shouldn't I agree?" Luocho asked strangely, "I've said that we won't refuse the guest's request." But Longair looked at him in disbelief. Her lips moved slightly, but she suddenly smiled bitterly and said sadly, "I thought you would humiliate me at least once. I was even prepared to be humiliated by you, but why?" Luocho said indifferently, "Why do you think I'll humiliate you?" Longair turned her head and said with difficulty, After all, at the beginning, I wanted to destroy you. I don't believe you. You won't bear grudges." "Bear grudges?" Luocho shook his head and said, "This kind of thing is too boring. Besides, Miss Long didn't hurt me. Instead, it's you who suffered, isn't it?" Longair opened her mouth. She still couldn't understand the boss in front of her. But when she saw his eyes, she stopped what she wanted to say. He really didn't want to humiliate her. Not to mention there was hatred or teasing in his eyes. Why? Why did he exist? Longhair shook her head and looked at Luocho. What's the price? Luocho thought for a while and suddenly said, That depends on Miss Long. To what extent do you want to save Mr. Gouet? Longhair took a deep breath and said, I only want him to live, no matter what the price is. Unexpectedly, Boss Luo shook his head and said, Miss Long, I'm afraid we can't sell you this deal. Longhair was stunned and said angrily, You really want to humiliate me. You said it so nicely, but in the end, why can't you sell it to me? Could it be that my true dragon soul, the price is still not enough? The soul of Shinryu is indeed a priceless treasure. If there is a chance, we naturally want to buy it. Luocho shook his head and said, But this Mr. Gouet didn't die. Since he didn't die, Miss Long's request is not valid? What? Longhair was stunned again. You mean? Chichikamaya, he is still alive? Boss, Luo chuckled. Of course, as a Shinryu, Miss Long. Haven't you heard of turtle breath? This Mr. Gouet just temporarily stopped all his functions and wholeheartedly expelled the poison from his body. Although the poison is very strong, it can't kill this Mr. Gouet. Longhair. Long Shirua stared blankly at Chichikamaya, who was lying on the ground. She suddenly shivered and stepped on Chichikamaya's head and shouted, Chichikamaya! Don't you ever wake up. You inferior servant, you dare to let me. Kelowna's Shinryu sobbed. Let me be so worried. Chapter 5:24. For Long Shirua. Chichikamaya's temporary death was the only good news she had heard these days. But this is embarrassing. I've called the shopkeeper over. Thinking of the words she had said less than a minute ago and the expression she showed, Kelowna's Shinryu began to doubt her dragon life. Isn't this guy talkative? Why is he suddenly silent? I'm most afraid of silence. Long Shirua didn't want to speak first. Since Chichikamaya is not dead, you can leave. If she dared to say such words, Long Shirua didn't feel that the shopkeeper would do anything. It was a strange feeling, but her intuition was right. The shopkeeper might be fine, but the maid next to him might not be. Miss Long, do you want to buy anything else from the shop? At this time, Luo Chio suddenly said, If not, this conversation will end here, okay? Long Shirua was stunned. So, it's okay if I don't buy anything? Of course. Luocho said indifferently, This shop has always been free to buy and sell. If the customer wants to buy, we sell. If the customer doesn't want to buy, we won't force them. Because it's me? Long Shirua suddenly frowned. No, it's the same for everyone. Luocho gave an affirmative answer. Long Shirua suddenly smiled bitterly. I didn't expect. I always thought that you would only tempt creatures and would do anything to complete the transaction. Luocho suddenly said, Miss Long, if there's nothing else, please allow me to leave. What kind of person is this? Long Shirua subconsciously said, Wait. Is there anything else? Luocho turned around. Long Shirua gritted her teeth and said, How much do you want to give if you expel all the poison in Chichikamaya's body and wake him up immediately? Kelowna Shinryu's expression was somewhat complicated. She kept telling herself that this was just to wake Chichikamaya up, not because of some strange feeling of guilt. Luocho said, Miss Long, do you have any treasures on you now? No. Long Shirua shook her head. Although she was Kelowna Shinryu, in fact, she could be called the poorest monster in Kelowna. Luocho nodded. In that case, please give me a drop of blood, Miss Long. Just a drop of blood? Long Shirua couldn't help but be surprised. This price was too small for her, so small that she thought she had met a fake boss. It's just a simple detoxification, Luocho said indifferently. Even if we don't help, Mr. Turtle will wake up in 2 or 3 days. Long Shirua suddenly remembered the conversation she had with the shop owner before. She understood something and smiled bitterly again. I understand. This is the time you said will be consumed, right? In order to stop the consumption of time, we have to pay something else. That's it. Please expel the poison in Chichi Kamaya's body. Luocho didn't say anything more and stepped forward to Chichi Kamaya. He squatted down, stretched out his finger, and gently touched Chichi Kamaya's chest, and then slowly raised his finger. A pool of black liquid was quickly pulled out from Chichi Kamaya's chest as if it was pulled by something. Luocho waved his finger, and the pool of black liquid was thrown on the floor. The liquid was like a strong acid, immediately corroding the floor, making a sizzling sound and emitting black smoke. Yu took a handkerchief and gave it to Luocho at this time. Luocho wiped his palm with the handkerchief and said, "Well, Miss Long, the thing you want has been delivered." It's so simple. Thinking that she originally intended to spy on the background of the shop but ended up in this situation, Longshaw couldn't help but feel bitter in her heart. But at the same time, she became even more fearful of this mysterious shop. Even she had suffered such a big loss and was unable to fight back. What kind of terrifying thing was hidden behind the shop? "Miss Long, it's time to pay the transaction fee," Miss Maid suddenly said at this time. Long Shirwa stared at Yu Yi and snorted. "Don't worry, I'll never go back on my word. It's just a drop of blood. I'll release it for you right away." But she lost the power of Shinryu, so it was not so easy to get a drop of blood. So Long Shirua helplessly put her finger into her mouth. The simplest way was to bite her finger. No need to be so troublesome. Luocho smiled and said, "If Miss Long has a wound now, I'm afraid it won't heal so quickly." Before Long Shirua could react, Boss Luo stretched out his hand. Long Shirua frowned and subconsciously stretched out her hand. She hesitated for a moment and finally put her hand in Luocho's palm. "It's done." However, Luo Chio released his hand at the moment of contact. When he opened his palm again, a drop of red blood with a slight golden and purple light appeared in his palm. This was a drop of Shinryu, Kelowna's blood. Boss Luo took away Long Shirua's drop of blood so easily. It didn't hurt at all. "Then, I'm looking forward to your next visit," dear Miss Long Luocho slightly bowed and said. Miss Maid naturally also followed the boss and bowed slightly. Long Shirua frowned at this time. Many thoughts kept circling in her mind. For example, should she take this opportunity to ask for Shinryu's power to be restored? However, this thought was quickly dispelled. The true dragon's strength had been sealed because he had taken the initiative to attack the other party. If he wanted to recover it now, it would take more than just a drop or two of blood. In order to save Chichi Kamaya, she was willing to sacrifice Shinryu's soul. Just like what Chichi Kamaya said to Iron Whistle. Everyone had their own wishes, but they all had a selfish side. But she couldn't use Shinryu's soul to restore her power. "Juefeng." Long Shirua took a deep breath and said, "Juefeng. I know. Juefeng got something from you, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have disappeared in front of the ghost child and then appeared again to be able to control others. I'm sorry, Miss Long. It's the shop's rule that we can't reveal the details of transactions." Luocho shook his head. Long Shirua said quickly, "Okay. I know Juefeng has captured Shu Xiaoshu's family, and I'm afraid he's here now. I want you to ensure the safety of all the people under his control, and help Juefeng get rid of his inner demon and restore him to normal. How many drops of blood do you want? Tell me. Ensure the safety of those under his control?" Luocho said softly, "That's easy. But to get rid of Juefeng's inner demon, I'm afraid it can't be paid with ordinary Shinryu's blood. Miss Long, if you really want our shop to help you, please pay at least a quarter of Shinryu's blood essence." At least a quarter of blood essence. This price was obviously far beyond Long Shira's estimation. It could even be said that it was unbelievably expensive. Juefeng's inner demon, what is it? Long Shirua frowned at this time. "We speculate that he may be the last descendant of Shinji. Could it be? About this, I'm sorry, this isn't the information of Wu Chang." Luocho shook his head. "Then, what's Juefeng's purpose? Long Shirua asked suddenly. But Boss Luo kept silent at this time. Apparently, he had expected Long Shirua's sudden question, and he just looked at her with a faint smile. I understand I'll sell my blood, okay? Long Shirua glared at him. You can't just ask for a quarter of my blood essence just to know his purpose, right? As long as she knew his purpose, she could judge whether it was worth a quarter of her blood essence or not. Since Chichikamaya was fine, she was no longer Longer, but a Shinryu who shouldered Kelowna's demon race. She had to consider more problems from the overall situation. Indeed, she was the only Shinryu of Kelowna, but Kelowna's demon race was not limited to only her. But this Kelowna Shinryu also subconsciously neglected one thing. She had already made a deal with the club one after another. It was as if after starting a deal, unknowingly she couldn't turn back. Since Miss Long requested, then please pay 800 milliliters. But before the boss said the transaction fee, Chichikamaya, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes and blurted out, Lord Long, think twice. Chichikamaya's words woke Long Shirua up. Master Tortoise. Chichikamaya, you're awake. Chichikamaya took a deep breath, standing up with the help of his crutch. Tortoise's breath is going to end. It needs some time to start. Although I couldn't move just now, I've regained my hearing. I've heard Lord Long, and he glanced at this guy in front of him. Thinking of the moment when Xiang Lu's disaster happened that day, he couldn't help showing a hint of fear. The conversation with this gentleman. Lord Long, I think it's different. Master, you don't need to buy anything, because I've already got a solution. Sir, please go back. Chichikamaya took a deep breath again, facing an inexplicable fear, looking at Luocho seriously. Lord Long won't make any more deals with you. Chichikamaya, do you really have a solution? Long Shirua frowned and asked. Chichikamaya nodded heavily. Master, if you don't believe me, I'm willing to sign a life and death contract. It's too heavy, no need. Long Shirua shook her head. I believe you. While saying, she looked at Boss Luo. You've heard it. Since we're free to buy and sell, then just pretend I didn't mention it. She originally thought that the boss would be a little angry at this time, or at least show some displeasure. But Boss Luo refreshed Kelowna, Shinryu-S, understanding again. Then, I won't disturb you too. Boss Luo nodded with a smile, then turned away. He wasn't unhappy, let alone angry. Weird guy. After confirming that Luocho and the maid really left, Long Shirua looked at the direction where the boss left, murmuring softly, unconsciously. She had a strange curiosity about this person. It seemed that she had changed some of her views. Really left. Chichikamaya was still nervously looking around, looking frightened. Long Shirua couldn't help laughing. You old turtle, where's your awe-inspiring aura? Now you know fear? Chichikamaya swallowed his saliva, saying hesitantly, Lord Long, forgive me for asking, you became like this. Is it because, knowing that Chichikamaya already knew something, Long Shirua couldn't help but sigh, nodding slightly, saying helplessly, I couldn't even force him to attack. My power was sealed. That's why I said you were really brave just now. Chichikamaya was so scared that his face turned pale, and his lips trembled slightly. Oh my God, did I just offend such a horrible guy? Okay, stop trembling. Long Shirua shook her head. That guy doesn't hold grudges. He probably won't hold grudges against you. An old turtle with one foot in the coffin, for such a small thing. But how could Chichikamaya stop trembling? Long Shirua shook her head, but she was thinking about something else. She subconsciously bit her fingernail and said, Just now I used a drop of Shinryu-S blood to help you expel the poison as soon as possible. But to know Zhuifeng's purpose we need. He said 800 milliliters. So much? What is Zhuifeng's real purpose? Chichikamaya, let me ask you, do you really have a solution and not just putting on an act? How would I dare to lie to you? Chichikamaya quickly said, and took a deep breath, spitting out a bead from his body. Why did you spit out your bead at this time? Could it be that your method is to use the secret technique again? Long Shirwa couldn't help but be angry. Chichi Kamaya, don't you know how many lives you have left? No, don't worry, milady. Chichi Kamaya laughed. I spit out the bead not to use the secret technique, but to help milady recover your strength temporarily. What did you say? Chichi Kamaya smiled. Do you remember when I used the secret technique that day, I asked milady for a drop of blood? Actually, with the ghost baby nearby, he can guard the demons, so there's no need for milady to use Shinryu's blood. The reason why I asked you for it is to make some preparations, just in case. Now is the time to use this method. Chichi Kamaya handed the bead to Long Shirwa and said seriously, Milady, you know the origin of this bead. I won't say more, but I'll tell you how to temporarily recover your strength. It can borrow milady's Shinryu's blood and temporarily imitate milady's posture. You only need to hold this bead, and you can control the imitated figure to fight. However, Shinryu's strength is too great, so the imitated figure only has 30% of milady's normal strength, and it can only last for 5 minutes. Milady, you have to hurry up. Only 5 minutes? Isn't that enough? Even if Zhuefeng is really a descendant of Shanku, he's still young, so his true strength isn't strong. 30% of milady's strength is more than enough. Chichi Kamaya stroked his white beard. With these 5 minutes, milady can easily capture Zhuefeng. As long as he's captured, all the problems will be solved naturally. As for milady, you want to get rid of Zhuefeng's inner demon. Since you've already captured him, why can't you take it slowly? Whether you put him in the underground spiritual vein to wash, or use medicine to expel it, you can always find a way. At the beginning, he had asked for a drop of blood, and now it played an important role. Long Shirwa couldn't help but sigh at Chichi Kamaya's craftiness. Time is of the essence. Let's go now. This is... Cheese looked at the place in front of him with a dignified expression. This was the place where he followed Zhuefeng to, one of the sub-halls of the gymnasium. This was the indoor basketball court. At this time, Wind-Chasing Wolf directly walked to the center of the basketball court. He waved his hand, and Nini threw a football towards Zhuefeng. Zhuefeng stepped on the football, looking at Cheese, and sneered, "Let's play here, Cheese! But before the game, I want to say something fun." "You, what do you want to do?" Cheese asked angrily. Zhuefeng clapped his hands, and Nini pushed a mobile cabinet with a cover from the side. She pulled away the cloth on the cabinet, and 6 laptops appeared in a row. Nini opened these laptops one by one, and Cheese couldn't calm down after seeing the pictures on the laptops. He roared at Zhuefeng, "Zhuefeng, you've gone too far. You, what did you do to my mother?" In the pictures, there were different people. Shu Xiaoshu, his brothers and sisters, and Xiao Jiang. Beside each of them stood a human or a demon. These fellows all held a dagger and pressed it against each of their necks. Zhuefeng ignored Cheese's roar and laughed. "The rules are very simple. Let's shoot each other. If you take 1 point from me, I'll let go of 1. You can choose who to let go first. But on the contrary, if I take 1 point from you..." Zhuefeng's eyes were red, and he looked at Cheese ferociously. "I'll kill 1, and you can choose who to kill. Zhuefeng." Cheese rushed to Zhuefeng with red eyes and grabbed Zhuefeng's collar. "Let them go! Let them go! Are you going to kill me?" Zhuefeng said indifferently, "Yes, as long as you dare to do it." "What? Do it." "Zhuefeng, I beg you, let them go. No matter what you do to me, I only beg you to let them go." "Okay." Cheese begged. "Since you don't want to do it, let's start the competition." Zhuefeng slapped Cheese's hands away. "If you still don't want to compete, I'll have to kill them immediately." Cheese knelt down on the ground, his hands pressed on the floor, and his head was lowered. He felt that all his strength was sucked away. He felt that this nightmare was too horrible. But should he compete or not? Outside the field, Nini stood motionless with a dull expression, but a line of tears flowed out from her eyes. "Yen, yen, yen, yen PS1. If there is no accident, the story of Cheng Yuran and Zhu Feng will come to an end in these 2 days. PS2. Thank you to all of you who have been following me and giving me so much patience so that I can create one story after another in peace. Chapter 5:25. Looking at the miserable cheese, Zhu Feng said indifferently, "Hurry up, I don't have time to wait for you. I'll count to 30 seconds, start or not." Cheese's shoulders trembled slightly. He didn't even dare to imagine how he would face that choice if he lost 1 point. Choosing a loved one to die in front of him. What a nightmare it was. It's not the time to daydream. Don't move. Don't let others know I'm talking. But at this moment, a woman's voice came into Cheese's ears, making his heart beat wildly. "Can you hear me? If you hear me, just tap with your finger. Remember, tap gently, I can see it." Cheese tapped the floor subconsciously. The woman continued, "I know you're curious about who I am, but it's not the time to ask about it. The most important thing is how to solve your current predicament. Listen, I don't know what grudges you have with the guy in front of you, but what he did was too despicable. I didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But this time, I can't stand it. You try to stall for time with him, and I'll find a way to find out where your loved ones are held. Do you understand?" Cheese didn't know where this woman came from. He had never heard the same voice before, and he didn't know if she really wanted to help him. But now, it was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He quickly tapped the floor with his finger. "Remember, try to stall for time. I'm going." Cheese raised his head subconsciously, but there was no moving shadow in the basketball stadium. At this moment, Zhu Feng said, "Well, have you made your decision?" Cheese took a deep breath and then stood up slowly. He thought of the woman's words, trying to stall for time. So he looked at Zhu Feng silently but didn't say anything. "What? Are you protesting me with silence?" Zhu Feng sneered. "It's useless. I said 30 seconds, so it's 30 seconds. Wait," Cheese said in a low voice. "How can I believe you? They are all in your hands. How can I trust this rule? What if I win and you don't let him go?" Zhu Feng sneered. "Do I need you to believe me? It's up to you whether you want to compete or not. I don't care whether you want to kill me or not." Cheese snorted. "Then I won't compete with you. If you have the ability, you can kill all of them, including me. This way, you can forget about defeating me for the rest of your life, because you won't have another chance." Zhu Feng laughed and said, "Funny. Half a year ago, you lost to me once. I've already won." Cheese said in a low voice, "At that time, I let you win because I wanted to let you win. If we do it again, it may not be the same. However, if you are willing to live on because of me, then you can do it." Cheese took a deep breath, but closed his eyes and said angrily, "Do it!" Zhu Feng's eyes became uncertain. After a while, he sighed and said in a low voice, "What do you want? However, it's impossible for me to let them go." Cheese said slowly, "Let me think. I want an absolutely fair competition. That way, even if I lose, I can accept it wholeheartedly." "You want fairness." Zhu Feng frowned. Cheese said, "That's right. Absolutely fair. Your demonic power is stronger than mine, so this time is the same as last time. You can't use demonic power. You can only rely on your own skills. If you use demonic power, even if you lose, you have to let them go." "Do I need demonic power to win against you?" Zhu Feng sneered. "I agree to this condition." "All right, cut the crap. Let's start." "Wait," Cheese said again. "I have another condition." "You're so annoying." "If you don't agree, then kill me." "Say it." Zhu Feng held his breath impatiently. Cheese looked at Nini and said, "If I have more points than you in the end, I want you to release the control on Nini." "I agree." Zhu Feng waved his hand and said loudly. His quick reply was out of Cheese's expectation. What he wanted to say was stuck in his stomach. "Then let's start." Zhu Feng snorted. Cheese had to bite the bullet and said, "Wait. What else do you want to do?" If you dare to talk about conditions, I'll lose my patience. Zhue Feng's face darkened. I want to warm up first. Where did they hide her? Damn it, there are too many humans, and their auras are too messy. Outside the basketball stadium, a petite figure was moving quickly. Her eyes swept through all the places in her sight, trying to analyze the places that matched the background in the notebook. Alas, I'm meddling in other people's business again. She suddenly sighed because she remembered that she almost died last time because of meddling in other people's business. Big Sister Rin. If she didn't see me backstage, she wouldn't have flipped out, right? She sighed helplessly and looked at the moon. The moon was quite bright tonight. Then she suddenly muttered, I want to eat scallion pancakes. I need more soy sauce, more ham, more chicken fillet, more eggs, more meat floss. Ah, I want to eat, I want to eat, I want to eat. Ah, she took a deep breath and jumped onto the top of a nearby tree. I need to be more attentive and save them first. She took a deep breath and jumped onto the top of a nearby tree. She closed her eyes and slowly raised her palm. Then, she gently blew a stream of cold air onto her palm. The cold air spun in her palm and quickly divided into 4 balls. They spun and spun. The 4 balls of cold air quickly gathered and then turned into 4 white fluffy balls. She smiled and said, Snow fairies, do me a favor. She waved her hand and the 4 snow fairies flew into the air, moving quickly in different directions. It seemed that the people who didn't pay attention to this competition or the demons were all running separately for their own purposes. For example, Sir Ma finally ran to the place where the fireworks were set off. Sir Ma panted and showed his signboard. I'm Ma Haud from the Criminal Police Brigade. This is my ID. Who's in charge here? I am. A middle-aged man walked out in fear and trepidation. Sir, what's the matter? Ma Haud said without hesitation, I order you to stop all the fireworks immediately. Why? Officer, you don't have the authority to do that, right? The middle-aged man considered and said, If the leader of the TV station didn't say so, officer, I can't promise you. F***CKU. Ma Haud said angrily, Why are you still doing this to me? If I wait for you to ask for instructions from your superiors, it'll be too late. Let me tell you, I suspect that there's a bomb hidden in these fireworks. Bomb. The staff here looked at Ma Haud in horror. The middle-aged man was even more frightened. Officer, this is not a joke. Is it true? I found the fire truck that was supposed to come here to help 1 kilometer away, Ma Haud said quickly. All the firefighters were knocked unconscious. What do you think? Ah, the middle-aged man was shocked, but he still said calmly, But, officer, even if you found it, you can't be sure? F***CKU. Ma Haud grabbed his collar and strangled his neck. Even if there's only 1% chance you'll let it go? There are at least 50 to 70,000 people in this stadium. Are you responsible for the lives of tens of thousands of people? F***CKU. Stop. Tell everyone to stop. The middle-aged man gave the order in horror. A few of the staff members immediately started to move and ran out. Sir Ma let go of him and said quickly, I've called for backup and the bomb disposal team. They'll be here soon. Now tell me, how many fireworks were set off at the scene and where are they? Officer, don't tell me you don't know where the bombs are. If I knew, I'd go there directly. Why would I ask you for help? To hook up. The middle-aged man tightened his chrysanthemum and nodded his head hurriedly. Yes, Officer Ma was so popular that he could say anything he wanted. However, officer, there are a total of 18 places where the fireworks are installed, and they're all around the stadium. Give me the location map first. Ma Haud took a deep breath and said, 18? Let's start from here. The first one. Also, I want you to find the person with the highest authority. I need to stop tonight's festival immediately. No. Ma Haud suddenly frowned. Officer, what's wrong? Ma Haud looked terrible. If there's really a bomb here, then the person who put it must be up to no good. If the event stops, not to mention the chaos and panic, I'm afraid it will anger the criminal. If he suddenly explodes it, D*MN. Officer, what should we do? Wait, don't worry. Don't worry, these are all hypotheses. Ma Howd took a deep breath and calmed himself down. When was the original plan to set off the fireworks? The middle-aged man looked at his watch and said nervously, according to the original plan, there's still about 40 minutes. My people need at least 20 minutes to catch up. Can't they make it? Ma Howd frowned deeply. They couldn't evacuate the crowd immediately. Not to mention whether it would cause panic. In such a short time, they couldn't completely evacuate the crowd. Instead, they might anger the criminal. This was strange. Ma Howd's heart suddenly jumped. This shouldn't be some crazy terrorist attack. This kind of attack usually happened without warning. When it really happened, it would cause a huge loss of life and property. D*MN. Sir Ma couldn't help but scratch his head. But at this moment, he only felt his head suddenly become heavy. Then he fell to the ground, unconscious. The middle-aged man raised the walkie-talkie in his hand, but his eyes were empty, and he muttered to himself, "How can I let you ruin my best friend's plan?" His eyes suddenly became sober, and then he twisted the walkie-talkie, saying quickly, "Come back, it's okay. Don't stop. It's a misunderstanding. Damn it. These policemen always do things recklessly, and they don't investigate clearly." After that, the middle-aged man looked at Ma Howd, who fell to the ground, with a trace of ferocious light in his eyes. Without thinking, he took the rope next to him and tied it around Sir Ma's neck, and then he tightened it with force. But when he used all his strength, the rope suddenly broke. Before he had time to be stunned, he felt his body was suddenly lifted up by something and directly hit against the wall beside him. Bang! This impact was so strong that he fainted in an instant. There were 2 people who had fallen here. But at this time, a figure frowned and walked out, wearing an inappropriate firefighter's uniform. Bomb. He also frowned deeply. Taking a deep breath, this firefighter, Mo Xiaofei, looked at one of the fireworks installed here with great effort. His eyes were very bright, but at the same time he endured a slight headache. He was seeing through the things inside. There seems to be none here. There are still 17 places. The police's support won't arrive so soon. And I can't tell the audience and cause panic. I have to do something at least. His eyes were extremely firm. He quickly tied the middle-aged man up, and then tried to wake up Ma Howd, but he couldn't. It seemed that his superpower couldn't wake up a fainted person. Helplessly, he could only transfer Sir Ma to a safe place, and then put on a gas mask. This was the equipment that he took from a firefighter in the fire truck outside the site. And Mo Xiaofei took a deep breath. He remembered what he had said to the boss, so now he silently endured the more intense headache and let his body fly. I hope I can catch up. In the backstage where the flashing lights and people gathered, Hong Guan was taking deep breaths to relax himself. After the veteran singer got off the stage, it would be his turn. There wasn't much time left. He was not alone here. Manager Chung. Iran hasn't arrived yet? Hong Guan looked at Chung Yin and asked. Chung Yin shook his head. I just talked to the driver on the phone. He said that Chung Iran suddenly got off the car and didn't come back. Oh, I don't understand. Where did he go? Well, Hong Guan sighed with a complicated expression in his eyes. Don't think too much. He's a big man. It's okay. Chung Yin comforted. Don't think too much. Just sing a song. Remember, you're the finale. Having said that, but Chung Yin couldn't figure out why the second young master let Hong Guan be the finale. So many big shots had performed before, and each of them was better than the last. Hong Guan was not Chung Iran. How could he do it? He would be a big joke. Chapter 5:26. At the top of the gymnasium, the coolness of the night seemed to make the air less turbid for Luocho and Miss Servant Girl. Well, in order to complete the deal with Mississippi Long, we missed a singer. Boss Luo looked at the huge stage below. Although he said so, he didn't seem to feel pity. Miss Servant Girl withdrew her gaze from a certain direction, then came to her master, saying softly, "Master, Mississippi Rin, don't we need to care about her?" Sub-editor Wren's figure kept wandering around the library. She was already drenched in sweat. Luo Chiu shook his head at this moment. It's okay. She has been sitting in the office for a long time recently. She complains that she has excess fat and also complains that I cooked too much vegetables and meat. Then let her exercise. Although he said so, the boss still looked over. He didn't turn back immediately. This woman has always been very foolish. No matter when, even if it's just for someone she doesn't know, she will still work so hard to this extent. Miss Servant Girl saw that her master's eyes were full of tenderness. She didn't disturb her master's attention at this time, but observed the situation around. When she saw a figure flying rapidly in the dark night, her eyes slightly brightened. She seemed to be able to smell the fragrance mentioned by her master. So Miss Servant Girl withdrew her gaze and looked at the direction of the gymnasium. Over here, in the center of the indoor basketball court, Zhu Feng's eyes suddenly darkened. Are you ready or not? Lifting leg, pressing leg, stretching. Cheese seemed to be doing all the warm-up exercises he knew, but now he was doing finger exercises. It's a big deal. Of course, I have to make the best preparation. Cheese said seriously. If your relatives were treated like this, can you be careless? I have no relatives. Zhu Feng suddenly got angry, roaring, Cheese, I'll start right away. If you delay, I'll do as you wish. I'll kill them all. Nini, do it. Cheese was shocked. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer. He broke out in cold sweat and said, Don't. All right, I'm fine now. We can begin now. Zhu Feng snorted and waved his hand, signaling Nini to stop typing. Cheese took a deep breath and said, Okay, but I'll attack first. Humph, as you wish. Zhu Feng chuckled and kicked the football at Cheese. There is no goal here. As long as you can avoid my defense and dribble the ball to the end line, you can get 1 point. You said that you wouldn't use your demon power and only rely on your own skills. Cheese took the ball. And you don't want to foul, pull, or knock down. Come on. Zhu Feng grabbed his knees with both hands and bent his waist. Cheese took a deep breath. At this point, he couldn't count on the progress of the mysterious woman. The only thing he could do was to try his best to get 1 point from Zhu Feng. He could only do it seriously and without reservation. With a tiptoe, Cheese kicked the football up gently. All the cells in his body were tense at this time. Like an arrow, he sprinted toward the left side of wind-chasing Wolf with great momentum. Come on, come on, come on. Zhu Feng clapped his hands. That's right, Cheese, that's right. I won't let you pass. Zhu Feng lifted his leg and chased after Cheese. Even without demon power, his speed was still very fast. I'll definitely pass you. Let's see what you can do. Little guy, it's too early for a fake move. Don't be complacent again. Between the 4 legs, the football was fiercely fought for. Cheese's heartbeat quickened, and he tried his best to keep the football. The only thing he thought about was how to win against Zhu Feng, even though he heard Zhu Feng's laughter. What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me? Cheese calmed down and told himself not to be affected by Zhu Feng's laughter. Finally, he seized an opportunity. He stopped, changed directions, and repeated several times, Pass! Taking advantage of the moment when Zhu Feng's center of gravity was unstable, Cheese suddenly sprinted from the right side of Zhu Feng. He dribbled the ball and sprinted towards the end line of the basketball court with all his strength. But at this moment, a short figure suddenly appeared behind him. Zhu Feng. He didn't let Cheese pass so easily. At this time, he used the inertia of running to lower his body. Shovel. And it was a very accurate shovel. Cheese was careless, and the ball was shoveled away. Because he was too anxious, he lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. When he struggled to get up, he saw that Zhu Feng was already stepping on the ball. He looked at him and shrugged. I didn't commit a foul just now. Again. The ball is on my side. It's my turn. Zhu Feng chuckled and sprinted towards the end line on the other side. This point is mine. Don't be so proud. One ball, Zhu Feng and Cheese. Both gave way to each other, back and forth. It was only the first ball, but 5 minutes had passed, and there was still no winner. And the only spectator here, Nini, was watching all this silently. Stop! Stop! She seemed to want to say something, but soon returned to her blank state. 6 minutes passed, 7 minutes passed, 8 minutes passed. They were still fighting for the ownership of the first point. Cheese was sweating profusely. He carried everything on his back, and every movement was heavy with pressure. Every time, he squeezed out all his strength. Zhu Feng also had a lot of sweat on his body, but his face was full of smiles. Not bad. You're quite tenacious to be able to hold on until now. But it looks like you can't do it. I haven't done my best. Cheese gasped, but not to be outdone. I haven't even done half of my strength. Then I've only used 30%. Zhu Feng snorted coldly. I haven't even used 20%. What are you so proud of? Tisk te, I'll pass you. Zhu Feng's eyes suddenly became unusually sharp. At this time, the football was at his feet. This time, Zhu Feng suddenly turned his back in front of Cheese, kicked the football with the tip of his foot, and raised it to his knee position. He shook it again, trying to shake the football over Cheese's head. Cheese took a deep breath and knew Zhu Feng's intention. He subconsciously turned around. He couldn't let him succeed. He had to protect his family and friends. But where was the ball? Where was the ball that was supposed to fall behind him? Why couldn't he see it? Why? When Cheese subconsciously turned his head, he saw Zhu Feng with one hand on the ground. His body was upside down, and his legs were clamping the football at this time. The moment he shook the ball, the moment Cheese turned around, he clamped the football again. When Cheese saw this scene, Zhu Feng had already landed quickly and sprinted past him from the other side. Bottom line, bottom line, bottom line. Cheese subconsciously chased after Zhu Feng's back, using all his strength and even his monster power. His speed suddenly increased by several times faster. He was about to catch Zhu Feng's clothes. Almost there, almost there. Caught it. Cheese was delighted. He only caught Zhu Feng's clothes behind, but the clothes were torn. Zhu Feng, he couldn't catch him in the end. He could only watch Zhu Feng cross the end line, and then fiercely shoot the football towards the front wall. Ah! Zhu Feng at this time roared to the sky. He panted for a while, then turned his head, looking at Cheese, who was almost desperate. I don't have any monster power, but you used it. But it doesn't matter. I got this point first. Puff! Cheese knelt on the ground in despair and lowered his head deeply. Then make a decision. Zhu Feng's eyes flashed red. Your mother, your brother and sister, and Xiao Jiang, who will you choose? Who will you choose? Who will he choose? Cheese's body trembled, as if he had entered a dark, cold, and sealed space. He couldn't even hear any sound. His pupils expanded to the maximum. He subconsciously looked at the screens of many laptops outside the field, looking at those familiar faces. Close family, friends. I can't do it. I can't do it. Cheese collapsed, holding his head, crying out loud. I can't do it. I can't do it. Zhu Feng, if possible, I'd rather replace one of them. I can't do it. I beg you, let them go, okay? You're so cowardly. Zhu Feng ignored him, snorting. Since you can't do it, then I'll help you choose. No. Then your mother. Zhu Feng sneered. One corpse, 2 lives, this is the best. Nini, do it. Ah. 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 Cheese hugged his head tightly. He opened his mouth, and large drops of tears flowed out. Ah. 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 Nini stood still, as if she was struggling. Her eyelids trembled slightly, as if she was in great pain. Nini, do it. Zhu Feng opened his mouth, spitting out a bell from his mouth, shaking it hard, shouting angrily, Do it! Nini finally shed tears again, but her fingers fell heavily on the keyboard. On the keyboard of Xiaoshu's laptop. No! Cheese's eyes turned red. Zhuifeng, I'll kill you. Complete demonization. No longer looking like a human child, Cheese had completely demonized, with sharp claws, gray ears, and sharp incisors. I'll kill you! At this time, the screens of the laptop suddenly shook, as if the camera lens fell to the ground. Cheese, who was in a frenzy, stopped abruptly when he noticed this. At this time, the camera was quickly adjusted, but it wasn't Xu Xiaoshu and the others who appeared on the screens, but a face that was simply covered with a handkerchief, only revealing a pair of smart eyes. But at least it could be seen that it was a woman. Hello, can you hear me? Looking at the woman who suddenly appeared, Zhuifeng said coldly, Who are you? Me. I'm just a busybody with interests. Alas, I'm just a passerby, don't mind me. The masked woman giggled and said, That one over there has demonized? You're just a little mouse. Hey, little mouse, I'll help you here, the rest is up to you. You'd better run away. I don't think you can defeat this guy. Don't waste your energy. I'm going to eat scallion pancakes. Damn you. Zhuifeng's body emitted a bloody shadow. How dare you ruin my business? I'll tear you apart. I'm so scared. The masked woman patted her chest, but lifted a corner of the handkerchief, sticking out her tongue. Ha 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 ha. Wait for me. The bloody shadow on Zhuifeng's body almost materialized, and unbelievably huge demonic power was released. Bang! The gate of the basketball court was suddenly broken open. A figure flashed and appeared in front of Cheese in a blink of an eye. Looking at the back, Cheese couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Lord Long! Looks like I made it in time. The Long Shirwa in front of him was just like the one in Cheese's memory, tall, noble, and beautiful. Don't talk. I'll deal with this immediately. Long Shaw quickly waved her hand, then looked at Zhuifeng with a stern look. Zhuifeng, before you cause a big disaster, I'll deal with you. Show no mercy. Kelowna Shinryu's Shinryu power spread, making the bloody shadow on Zhuifeng's body tremble faintly, but he was furious. Why? Why do you all want to stop me? So what if you're Kelowna Shinryu? Come and kill me if you dare. Zhuifeng's bloody shadow suddenly broke away from his body, rushing into the air, and then disappeared, but Zhuifeng's body was covered with dark red curses. Long Shirwa frowned subconsciously. She was shocked. How did Zhuifeng's monster power increase so fast? It almost reached the level of Xiang Lu. Zhuifeng stamped his legs and rushed up, breaking the ceiling of the basketball stadium and into the night sky. Long Shirwa focused her eyes, turning into a golden light, chasing after him. There were only 5 minutes. She didn't care whether she would be exposed or not. The masked woman. Lizzie lowered her head, thinking that she could see more. But how can you see things that are not in the camera's view? There's nothing to see? Lizzie shrugged. Since it's Kelowna Shinryu, there's no suspense. I'd better take these monsters away. And there's a pregnant one. The one called Wind Chasing is really ruthless. Lizzie shook her head, first untying the rope on Xu Xiaoshu. But at this moment, something seemed to fall out from Xu Xiaoshu's body. Lizzie looked down subconsciously and was stunned. It was a bun with red liquid. It was a blood bag. Lizzie frowned and subconsciously searched for the big and small monsters that were caught. She found that all of them had this kind of blood bag on their bodies.